And yeah, John Ham.
Named Howard. Call it a Dewey. That's a good name. Call it Duncan.
I'm really sorry.
It doesn't matter if you apologize if it's not sincere.
Apologies don't have to be sincere.
That is literally the only thing an apology has to be.
Okay. I don't know if Smokey actually speaks Chinese or if he's using an auto-translate. I don't know. Damn! Twinning! What the fuck? Yeah, I might just have to one-shot this guy. I'm not even sure. Wait, what? Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being there. We're doing awesome. Love you guys. We're doing great. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
Does it have a good
It's
flow
the idea of like not being able to see the trees from the forest, right? And it's like the same thing as like snow blindness as well. Bunch of different ways to say it, but the idea is that, and like for me, the main thing is like the things that are obvious. It's not, I guess the best way to say it would be like the types of trees in the forest. So you see all the trees in the forest, but are you thinking, oh, this is a maple, so I should say that's a maple. Oh, that's a pine, so maybe I should say that's a pine. Oh, that's actually a bush, so maybe we should say that's a bush. Oh, those are flowers, you know.
Snow blindness
like,
is when you do so much cocaine you go blind, right?
Having text on the screen as like notes to copy out is so helpful. That's why I have the subtitles on, so I can just copy straight from the subtitles like we were doing yesterday. Yeah, here. Intrusive thoughts. So, this is one of the short stories that we're gonna write eventually. This is like old school. This is like really, really, really old school. And every day there's that red button looming on his desk. And one day he just wakes up in a bunker. And no one knows how World War III started. But yeah, he just wakes up in a bunker surrounded by like, you know, special service and stuff like that. Like, oh my god, you're awake. Holy shit, what happened? Like, the world's ending. Unless you like know them and you're like good friends with them or something, or it's like a family, you know? You're not a random person. And the fact that she banned you means you're a fucking random person. I have no control over it, guys. I just wanted to know when the ads popped up so that I could like stop the stream, because people would sometimes be like, oh, I missed that because of ads, and I was like, what do you mean ads? Now it tells me, but now people are saying they're getting slapping in a way that makes me think this is on purpose. No, it's a side effect of something that I did on purpose. I turned the announcements for ads on, and I'll show you guys exactly what happened since I did that. Pretty fun day. I mean, Zoink was going crazy, but, you know, maybe he learned a little bit of his lesson, so it's okay. It is what it is. There are times and there are places, and there are not times and there are not places, as you well know. Anyways, remember, I love you guys. You guys are fucking awesome, and we will be back again tomorrow, as always. So, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
Well, with
How's your day, Talk? My day. Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again, and it's finally a good day. Fuck the last couple of days. We're just starting over. Woo woo. Yeah, definitely feeling a hell of a lot better. Holy shit, spent most of today getting all of the recordings done, but I didn't get to do any of the editing, so we're gonna get to editing right off the bat, and then we have surprise for later, a little bit of that Twitch recap for the year. Woohoo, yearly recap, guys. And we got a couple of stats to check on, too. How improving have we been? Very, very important to check. what we did right, what we did wrong, and what we can do better next time. Continue to improve. That's what it's all about. 1% a day is 3,000% a year. 3, 2, 1, talk! Alright. So, might as well just get right into it, right? So we got all the B-roll that we need. So our main point, actually, you know what? First thing we're going to do, actually, is we're going to do the trailers. So we'll go over here. We need to go video 1, part 2. So we need... is it in here, or are we starting from scratch? I don't know if I have a pre-prompt for this. Aha, here it is. I knew there was one. Okay. And you can feel it, but you can't see it. Hair is a wonderful thing. I mean, what? Huh? So mind the gap. Let's see what it thinks the most important part of this is. Here are the paragraphs for tight clusters that I think are the absolute strongest candidates for a YouTube trailer hook. Let's see here. The trailer hook needs to be short, visceral, emotionally loaded, instantly intriguing, and end on a punch that makes people need to click. Rank them by raw, hook power for a 15-30 second trailer voiceover. Quiet suicide level it's Thomas and Satan. Jumped off a bridge in 1847. Yeah, we need like one of the visions of hell or something like that, like the different clusters of it and stuff like that. This is like where you would be going. Trailer version. Right, almost like... I wasn't moving, just sitting, staring. Doesn't look so bad, does it? Satan's grin was terrible. Keep watching. Man's face was wet with tears. His lips were moving, forming words over and over. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. That's all he does, Satan said softly. Sits there, thinks about what he lost. And is right there. Okay, yeah. So let's do... can you take... 2... of the most visceral sentences of all of the descriptions of hell. Beginning, the wheel break, final cell. Scratching nails against the wall. See if this brings up something a little more clear here. They were skinning the man slowly, methodically, feeling strips of flesh from his body while he screamed and thrashed. Part that was of the flesh grew back, nerve endings and all, ready to be flayed again. Damn. You guys are popping off. Popping off, to say the least. Woo! That's some big numbers right there. Love to see it. Full realization hit him again, and he screamed, really screamed again, clawing at the walls until his nails broke and bled, but the wounds healed instantly, and he kept clawing, kept screaming, kept sobbing forever. Because I'm thinking, do I just, like, rewrite part of it just to make the trailer more interesting? And then it's not exactly, it gives you like an idea of it, right? But it doesn't give you the full picture. So I think maybe just rewriting the trailer. And circles pain. In each one, a new, deeper, darker ornament tied to the skins of once living, beginning Russian. Devouring self. Worst. Plain sound. Threat. I don't know, is that a good trailer? Flash and the ground opened to reveal hell. Screaming, tormented faces of the damned. Concentric circles of pain. In each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the plain cell. Regret. Maybe small, simple, plain cell. No, it's like maybe just stone cell. Small, simple stone cell. Regret. The true torturer, the internal of the mind. You can only do so much with the body, right? But the mind, that's where the true torture comes in. Okay, so I need Sora 2 prompts for this trailer. Prompt, round opening, hell. Second prompt, Concentric circles of hell going deeper from burning to icy. Third prompt. Yo, 13, how's it going? What's up? Not much. We're doing the trailers for the Creepypasta Part 2 for the continuation of all the stories that we did last week. But how are you today, good sir? What are you up to? So right now what we're doing is we just laid out the first trailer for the first story, and now we're doing Sora prompts so we can get a little visual aspect added to it to get that extra little flair to get people invested in the story, right? But today is very much a video editing and creativity. But I came up with a new idea for another story. Another one to add to the list, as always. I'm doing good, just a bit tired. Oh, I am back at it today. We're at like fucking 180%. We're ready to fucking kick it. So, you know, I could give you some energy. Here, take some energy. Stop being tired. Ah, take my energy. Oh no, I think I overloaded you. Fuck. It'll just tingle for a little bit. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. You know, it'll eventually go away in 10 years. But yeah. Yeah. So like our main thing now is our biggest problem, 13, is like a cognitive dissonance. So on the Atalk Stories channel, we get about 10,000 impressions. Much appreciated, but it's almost 3 a.m. here. Yeah, maybe you do want to go to bed. Maybe it's a good thing that you're tired. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Because then I remembered what I was saying, and then I was like, wait, I deviated. And then I was like, wait, what did I deviate to? And I was like, fuck, yeah, that's a good idea. I wish I could remember it. It's my worst problem, is to forget my greatest ideas. But I'm sure I'll remember it later. But going back to what I was originally saying, so another story idea to the list. Yeah, another story idea to the list. So it's like a world that thinks that magic exists, but it's actually like aliens controlling them with technology. And it's like, you know, they think that like they're like doing stuff, but it's actually like the aliens being like, hey, this guy thinks he's doing, let's give him some power and stuff. This guy seems cool, let's make him really powerful and fuck everyone else over. And it's like the aliens are basically playing like Command and Conquer, or like, you know, like The Sims or something like that with like Earth, and they're just like fucking around. And it's like a massive zoo, and it's just completely like destroying the planet. And then eventually they fuck it up and they move on to the next planet, and then seed the next planet and do the same thing. And it's just like this, you know, life is just to be fucked with, right? It's kind of the whole idea of the hierarchy of life. You know, there's always someone under you and there's always someone above you. So, you know, just accept your place in it. Fascinating concept. Yeah. And people would think of, like, the aliens as, like, and it would be like, you know, the idea of, like, aliens creating religion. And it would be like this religious kind of, you know, thing. Where it's, like, all based on magic and stuff like that. But it's, like, and the scientific people are like, nah, you know, this is not right. Like, I could do the exact same thing, but not in the way that you're doing it. Like, I can take electricity and frickin' make it my own shit. But, you know, that's science. It's not this magic you say that you're conjuring out of nowhere. And they're like, there has to be something else. And then it's like, you know, they've got like thing of like angels and demons kind of idea with like aliens that are like helping humans and aliens that are not helping humans. But it's kind of like, you know, it's like, okay, you have to play the humans this round. It's like, oh man, you guys always make me play on the human side. I don't want to play on the human side. The humans suck. Let me be a demon for once. It's like, you're not good at it. You always wind up helping them anyways. So we just put you on the good side because that's what you're like. Fuck. I can just fucking see it. But yeah, just another idea in the pit of ideas to throw down and maybe one day like 8 ghostwriters and getting them to write me a bunch of books for all my ideas. But I can't remember the other thing I was gonna say, because I was like deviating from myself and saying other shit, but either way, I don't think it really matters. Fuck it, it'll come back at some point in time.
Well, if it isn't the Glizzy Gobbler King.
True. What's up, Smokey? How's it going today, good sir? Smokey, get your shit ready. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until you get your shit ready. So you better tell me when you got your shit ready, Smokey, okay? Because I'm gonna be ready. Because I'm already ready. So you better be ready, motherfucker. Get your ass ready, bitch. How are you doing today, though, Smokey? What's up? We're doing part 2 of the creepypasta. Took a shit and it's ready. So you're ready to toke? Or are you toking your shit? I'm a little confused here, Smokey. Are you shitting the toke or are you toking the shit? I'm not really.
Always, bro.
All right, 3, 2, 1, toke. Ah, that's not what I needed to do.
Cheers, you Stickman look-alike.
True. What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Yes, I'm good. Everything is good. How are you, my dearest? I'm amazing today, Smokey. We're doing fantastic. It sounded like something fell, or something like it sounded like something fell off the wall or something. I'm like, what the fuck was that? But I have no idea what the fuck it could have been. No errors in files or anything? Nope, we're doing good today. We got everything working. But Smokey, I bet you're gonna be like, oh, I could add some errors to your... some files to your errors, that's for sure. Wow, you really ain't retarded today. No, I'm actually doing really good today, Smokey. And we're making the trailers for this, the part 2 of the It Talks to... Oh, that's what I was saying! Okay, now I remember. Okay.
Adding files to errors, 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 adding files to errors.
Also adding files to errors. Adding errors to files that file errors for filing errors. Can I file errors against your files? Can I error your files with a file for errors? I'm gonna error your files while filing for errors, okay? So what I was gonna say is we have a predicament, right? So we have, on the Talk Stories channel, we get around 10,000 impressions, right? Depends on what country you are in. True. And then on the Blue Horror Stories channel, we get like 500 impressions. But we get like 100 views on the shorts on the Talk Stories channel, but we get like 1,000 views on the shorts on the Blue Horror Stories channel. So what we need to do is consolidate how we're doing the shorts on the Blue Horror Stories channel and try and bring that over to the Talk Stories. And then there's the third metric of we put all of these on TikTok, and on TikTok they all get relatively no views. So I just don't know why, for some reason, I'm getting so many views on my shorts on the Blue Horror Stories channel. Like, I need to figure out why that's happening so I can capitalize on it, right? So that's basically what we're trying to do here. No, but how can I have skill issues if one works and one doesn't, and I'm the one doing them both? There's some sort of outside factor going on there, Smokey. When the content is the same, but it's in different places, and those different places are getting different customership, it's not the content itself, it's the platform that it's on. That's how science works.
Because one works and one doesn't.
But if they're the same videos going to the same...
I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over.
It's all about what the audience wants, right? So does that mean that despite having 10,000 impressions on the ShortStories channel, I don't have an audience? And despite having 500 impressions on Blue Horror Stories means we do have an audience. So especially with the rebranding and everything, maybe this next video is the one that can get us going. Because, yeah, it's like a video game one, right? And like either video games or cults and rituals, and it's like all combined. It's a video game cult ritual of like blackmail, where a guy curses a video game and then gives it to his wannabe friend because he hates his friend because his friend is like... He thinks his friend is sleeping with, like, his girlfriend or some shit like that. But it actually turns out that, the reason why they're so, like, close is, because they're, like, planning this huge thing for, like, his birthday or something like that. So he winds up killing his best friend over jealousy because he thinks he's sleeping with his girlfriend. But they were actually planning, like, this huge, amazing thing for him for, like, his birthday. I think that goes pretty fucking hard. And the main character winds up being inside of a Dark Souls game and has to basically do a first try, no hit run without dying. Because if he gets hit, he gets, takes damage in real life. And if he dies in real life. Remember that one time being Tescos? What the fuck is Tescos? Behind, oh, behind Tesco. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know it came out of my eye, and, you fucking got me, fuck. I know the jizz came out of my eye, but, you know, it happens sometimes. Like, you hear about it coming out of your nose when you snort, but, like, coming out of your eye, that shit burned for, like, a fucking week, bro. I swear they're still swimming around in there somewhere trying to be like, this isn't right. This isn't what the other guy said, man. I don't trust this shit no more. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't see the exit. Use this format with the style of 1980s. Hand-drawn horror movies. Let me know. Does this have it? Oh, wait, top, right? Yes. Style for it. There's the full story. Here's the format. Alright, are you ready for this masterpiece? I'm totally ready for this. Alright, prompt 1. Sora is the greatest thing that Electrency ever got me on, man. If I never see Electrency again, it's okay, because I can remember him every day that I'm using Sora. This shit is real. Drafts file. Oh, right. Okay. Can you redo the prompts so they are PG-13 and don't flag anything from Sora. Keep the dark, eerie, hellscape with no nudity, no suicide, no scream, gore. I fucking hate this shit. Why does it have to be this pussy shit that makes it so I can't fucking do these goddamn things? So fucking annoying. Just let me fucking do what I want to do. God, they're such assholes. I'm guessing the same thing is going to happen with the other ones. Oh, you can't do that! Fucking assholes. Fucking assholes, that's what I call them. But nah. No. No, that's not how we do this. It's not how it goes. It's not how it's gotten. That's not how it be. I tell ya, that's just not it. But I always forget to do that. These Sora prompts are so annoying. They're so sensitive with shit. I'm like, I need to find something that can make better shit, you know? But Sora's pretty fun to use. Like, it's just pretty basic, right? But again, it's like, it's free, so what are you gonna do when something's free like that? You can't complain against the free shit. I just want to kind of see what it's gonna eventually give us. I hate that it, like, it goes through the process and then it tells you, oh hey, by the way, I can't do this. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, why didn't you just tell me off the bat? If you should have known off the bat that the script was bad. Fucking ads, god damn it. I'm coming in here hating up on me all on this. I got nothing up on you. I don't know what they say about. Why is the one that was just like the ground opening into hell gave me the error prompt, but frickin', yeah, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm doing, you know what? Maybe I should have checked what the prompt was. You know what? Maybe I should have checked what the prompt was. Yeah. Because this one looks like this is the one that's actually just opening up into hell. Lines, black ink, this is hell. Welcome to the kingdom. This is prompt 1. Nope. So this has to be prompt 2 then. Yeah, and then this one was like, yeah, no. Access. Chat is not supported. What? Okay, so this is prompt 1. Right? Welcome to my kingdom. This is the real deal. But is yet to come. Okay, that's 2. So this is actually 3. So I'm just gonna like, we're just gonna go back. Just delete that. We're still gonna take this. We're gonna start over with these 3 and try again. Grrr! What's up, Callie? How's it going? How are you today, good sir? What are you doing? Is that a grrr as in like an anger grrr, or is that a grrr as in like a powerful roar? So I can take them all, Callie. It definitely works super well for me. We need a toke, though. We're finishing up part 2 of the stories for ShortStories. Getting out shorts, getting them ready. And what we're going to do is I think we're going to do each one individually and then build up slowly until the release, right? So we'll pin this all back to story part 1, and we'll just say this is the trailer for part 2, but go check out part 1. Right? It's a grr as in smash my face with gamer girl boobs. Ah! Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Callie. That's what it's all about. Callie, did you get your yearly recap on Twitch? Because we're going to go over that later, guys. We're going to go over the Twitch recap. Oh! And we're going to see how well we did this year. And maybe they have a comparison to last year, even though last year I only streamed for half the year, but still. 3, 2, 1, toke! I barely watched you. What'd you have, like 80, how many hours did you have watching me? Like 80 hours, 90 hours in the entire year? Something like that, Callie? Like 15 minutes, 20 minutes a day? I think that's like, you know, somebody watching me for 50 to 80 hours across the entirety of the year. I think that's pretty impressive. Right? Like, that's some dedication to my channel, that's for sure. Right? Then I want to see what Sean's recap is. I want to see Sean's recap and see how many hours Sean actually watched me for. Because he's literally been here every day except like 2 days the entire fucking year. So he's got to have at least, like... I'd say he's probably got to have at least 800 hours watching me. I think that's reasonable. Like, that's 2 hours every day. Most watched channel. Hour 622 fucking holy shit. 191,000 channel points. 187,000 choice. You almost spent all of your channel points. Jesus. Chat sent almost 9,000 chat. That's insane. You know what's funny, Callie? On my main account, I only watched Asmon for 500 hours. You watched me more than I watched Asmon on my main account. That's insane, bro. That's fucking insane. Most watched channel. Thank you so much, Callie. I really appreciate it. Staring blankly at a wall, the emptiness of it. Nothing left. Nothing real. That one's pretty good. I could get behind that one. Yeah, that one's pretty good. All right, we need to record the audio for this. Yo, what's up? Yo, Senate, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I wasn't sure. I remember you saying that you needed to talk to me about something, but I don't remember what. I've been out of it the last couple of days, but I'm back on track today. We back at 180%. We ready to fucking get on it, get at it, get at her, get on her, get in her. And, yeah, we doing good. We just gotta get this, this one section recorded. Call tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. Yep, sounds good, Senate. Perfect. I already checked the Discord, but there was nothing there. I saw some people were removed from the group chat, but I don't know if that was just because they were in the wrong group chat or not. Oh, they're not active. I had to make room. Oh, I see. I'm not seeing anything in here. Like, I don't know what you want me to look at. In the DMs. I don't ever really know what I'm doing with Discord, though. It's always a fun time to learn something new. Okay, so we got to get this audio recorded. Hold on a second here. I gotta mute this so we can. Okay, here we go. A flash, and the ground opened to reveal hell. The screaming, tortured faces of the damned. Concentric circles of pain. In each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living. Skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple stone cell. Regret. Alright, let's see how that did. Here. Here, right? It's always a fun time. A flash. A flash, and the ground opened to reveal hell. The screaming, tortured faces of the damned. Concentric circles of pain. Damned. We can't have, like, we need to be this as consolidated as possible. So all these little gaps we kind of need to remove to make it shorter than this. Because it needs to be, like, less than 20 seconds. A flash, and the ground opened to reveal hell. The screaming, tortured faces of the damned. In each one a new, deeper, darker torment. All tied to the sins of the once living. There we go. We got rid of like 3 seconds. Devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple stone cell. Regret. 21 seconds. It's still a little long, but I think that'll do. Okay, so then we grab these guys here. I don't know how many of them we want. So there's the. We'll just throw them all in just to see what parts of each one we want. Mute this because we don't care about the sounds on it. Whoops, fuck. Mute. Okay, this one's pretty cool, so we can take that, crop and zoom, pull this back to this. So we'll do some little pieces, I guess. We'll take that one. Get rid of that. Drop into this guy. There. Down. that out. And then this is... Okay, and then we want to take this one here, so it's like that. And this, copy, zoom, this, like that. So we actually already want this. So it'll be like that. Hell, and there'll be this, which is like close up of his face. And then we can go like falling down in here a little bit. And for this one as well, we can get to this point. I think here's perfect, and then we can just go like crop zoom, we'll go for this, move it along, just want it like there. And then actually, I think this one's probably better than the first one. Yeah, this one's kind of fucked, so let's get rid of that one. Put this one here. This one lasts too long. It needs to be faster. And then, because how long is this already? Okay, maybe we do need more. Maybe we can slow them down. So... sped this one up, right? So maybe let's not speed that one up, because we need more time. No, what's this? Oh no, I'm retired. This is only like 1 of 3. I'm dumb. This is just the very beginning. And we'd want these faces of hell first here. Take this. Damn, it's fucking hot in here. I need to get rid of this shit. Oh. Getting too concentrated, pulled into this. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Sweating like a fucking pig here. Alright. Okay, so this one needs to be zoomed. For this one, actually, again, is this, and this one should be like faster, right? concentric circles of pain. Of pain. Circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment. Okay, we got that, and then the next one is the middle piece here. Showing all of the souls. On a new, deeper, darker. Whoops, no, that's not what I want to do. I want crop and zoom. There we go. Actually, just to make this easier, detach audio and remove all of that. So we just have the black background. And then the final piece of him just scratching away here. Loneliness of it, stuck inside. Devouring oneself, but the worst was the small, simple stone cell, regret. Devouring oneself, but the worst was the small, simple stone cell, regret. I think that's pretty good. So, maybe we can use the audio for this. So let's see what the audio for this is just in a flat ground open. Okay, that's really loud, but I mean, maybe we can use that. Detach the audio from this one and just kind of go with minus 22. Flash at the ground open. Minus 13. Flash at the ground open. 8. A flash at the ground open to reveal. A flash at the ground open to reveal. Okay, so don't quite want that. A flash at the ground open to reveal. Okay, maybe minus 11. A flash at the ground open to reveal hell. Okay, what's this one sound like? Reveal hell. Detach audio brings down to minus 15. To reveal hell, the scream. Tortured, feel hell, screaming, tortured faces of the gap. Detach audio for this one. 16, pull it over here. Faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new. So yeah, we can actually use some of this just to get some like sound effects in here. Make it feel realer. Each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied. And it just fades off into nothingness. Sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, no fire, devouring no oneself, just the worst. Okay, no audio. To the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, no devouring. Oops. Here. to the sins of the once living. So we put that there. Probably gonna wanna... Oh wait, we can't extend this one. What we can do... Concentric circles of pain in each one, a new, deeper, darker torment. Or the screaming, tortured faces of the dead. Yeah, maybe we take this one and do this, and then see what... Can we... Deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small. Okay, yeah, so we need to get rid of that. Living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst. And a new, deeper. When I extend this. Perfect. This, put it there. Extend it out. Okay, let's see what it sounds like. A flash of the ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple, stone cell of regret. No. A flash. Okay, so I think what we need to do, so we need to move this over, we need to move this over. This needs to be elongated slightly. That can remain the same. Does this have anything at the beginning? We can move this slightly like that. Move that there. I think this... all tied to this. Get rid of that. I don't know if we can do anything with this. Oh, maybe we can do that. All tied. And then concentric circles of pain. Extend that a little bit. Okay. And we can keep this one the same and extend that a little bit. So this one will fade out. This will fade in. I don't want it to stack like this. Just like I just need this tiniest little bit. Just put it on the edge. This one. Fade out. This one. Fade in. Fade out. Fade in. Fade out. This guy there. Fade in, fade out. Let's go there, fade in, fade out. Okay, so we can even move them slightly in more. So there, there, there. There. Okay. Let's see the fade in for this. Out can go there. Fade in can go there. Fade out there. That's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. This one needs fade in. Okay, let's see what that sounds like.
A flash of the ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple, stone cell of regret.
Okay, and then we need sound effects of a heartbeat, and we need the signature soundtrack, and that is number 1 finished. 1 of 5. And we can post it and see what happens. Sound effects, heartbeat. Like, let's do 150. In half, and a fade out of 1. And then the final thing we need is the music. Use the machines. Down to negative 22.
A flash of the ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces.
Okay, let's pause this for a sec. See what this gets us.
The ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. The worst was the small, simple, stone cell of regret.
Oh, that works perfectly. I love that. It's like this, like, slow building up. The thing is, like, just slightly get rid of, like, these breaks. So it's just a little bit faster with it. Try that and just bring that out to the end.
A flash of the ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the...
Okay, so maybe minus 13, minus 11, minus 11, minus 11. Try that.
A flash of the ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple, stone cell of regret.
Okay, so this is like kind of fucked up then.
All simple stone cell of regret.
Okay, and these need to be raised to... I'm gonna go up to 8 because it won't let me go to 7. So I forgot to do off the bat because I'm retarded. And now it's like fucking cutting them all up into small pieces either way, even more so than it was. 8. 8. This is the last one. 8. Okay, let's try that.
A flash of the ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple, stone cell of regret. sell regret.
Okay, yep. I definitely like that. Okay, so this is ISCP story 1 part 2 trailer. All right, okay. Now we're done with that. Go to new. Oh, actually, let's just save this. Same thing. ISCP S1P2 trailer. New project. Okay, turn this back on, and then we move on to the next one, which is Death's Lottery. Okay, and for the Sora prompt where we put it here, we want this stupid one. So they are... Here, make the Sora prompt PG-13 and don't flag anything from Sora. Keep the dark, eerie hellscape. No nudity, no suicide, no extreme gore. Creepy vibes. Okay. So we'll start with this one. So let's go here, do that. Part 2. Drop that in. Oh, let's take a toke. Tokeski dokeski dokeski toe. Ticky tacking, ticky talking, talk token, tick tackers, token, tick token, takers. Toke, take, tick tack toms.
Oh, first we gotta post this on TikTok, though. So we go to TikTok. Upload. No references, no nothing, just... Oh, wait, do we have to put it through... Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to... Hold on, we gotta... I don't remember if I can export it this way. Okay, let's just try this. Okay, let's go here. We want a new 9x16. We want to drop this in. We want to crop fit. Pics. And then we want to drop this in here. Captions. Templates. This one. Basic. 20. That there. Bold. Italics. And
A flagship
ground opened to reveal hell, the screaming, tortured faces of the damned, concentric circles of pain, in each one a new, deeper, darker torment, all tied to the sins of the once living, skinning, crushing, devouring oneself. But the worst was the small, simple, stone cell of regret. Okay. Okay. Cat. Do that. A flash of the ground. Okay, and then oops, we'll go here. And this, and we're gonna go. Boom, easy peasy. All right, we'll see how that goes. Put that back in there. Okay, we'll close that for now. That for now. We gotta go back to Grok. Figure out what part of this story is the best one, and it's probably Let me pick part of where Spencer Thomas's mother comes to the. You know, I'm just gonna rewrite it, just like I did with the other one. You know, I'm just gonna rewrite it because it didn't give us any good part, but I know the part that's like important that I think would be, you know, the most important thing. Protesters. Vehicle. Rattled, they thrash against it. Just they thought there was no escape. A riot. Guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd, preparing a way forward. Diane stepped in the vehicle. Single one pushed away desperately past. Screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son, Thomas Spencer. Alright. I think this is good. This is a rewritten version for the trailer. I need 3 Sora to prompt that represent this small trailer. Here is full story for reference once more for context. So it knows exactly why and has some kind of idea, right, as to what's going on. We don't need this. And then from there we want like this or this. PG. Background theme, sound effects, no vocals at all. Actually, we can get the entire audio one because we don't want voices because that kind of fucks up some of the things. We could replace that with this. Just for this specific reason. Yeah, okay. Hand-drawn pictures in this format. I think that's everything that's good. So let's go back over here and grab Sora again. Where is that? Did I close it? No, there it is. Okay, so here's prompt 1. Here's prompt 2. I'm so retarded. I'm like, wait, did I actually toke? I don't remember toking, so we're just gonna have another toke because I'm retarded. And I can never remember if I toked. Just nope, because the bowl's packed. So I packed the bowl, but I didn't fucking toke. You know how I can tell? Because the lighter was in the wrong spot. 3, 2, 1, toke! Yeah, while we're waiting on this, we can probably do the next one as well. Fuck's sakes. Move this over so it's easier to grab. There we go. Okay, end of Death's Lottery. Message from my brother. See if it works. If it gives me something good, but I think I know what moment in this story I could rewrite for a trailer. Yeah, the puppet dog. It's before this. It's like where he actually gets bit by the dog. Where he notices what the dog actually is.
just gonna write that. He's gonna walk up to it because he can only see the shadow. So he sees the shadow and then he walks up and he sees like the thorns and the beast and the stuff, and then he goes to try to touch it. It burns him, and then he runs the fuck away as it begins to chase him. Okay, well that's interesting. I mean, it kind of works. It has the aesthetic. And you wouldn't be able to see the riot guards on either side, so that's when eventually they'll come in. Damn, that's a hell of a face on there. I think that's pretty funny. Diversity DEI for the win. I mean, it works. That's all that matters, right? At the end of the day, is that it works. Okay, so now we need to record the audio, actually, for Death Lottery, because we never did that. Okay, here we go. Let me just turn this off. Alright. The protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. As Diane stepped from the vehicle, a single woman pushed past her desperate. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past the police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son, Thomas Spencer. Alright, there we go. Turn this. Back into that. Take this here. Where's Fillmore? Doop. Here. Don't need that. Drop that there. We just want this ending. Right for a trail. Okay, so now we need to record the audio just as they thought swarmed the vehicle here. The protesters swarmed the vehicle. The protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. As Diane stepped from the vehicle. This one's just a little bit shorter, which is kind of nice. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past the police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son, Thomas Spencer. Maybe a little bit of a gap there. It doesn't need to. So 18 seconds is just a lot better, I think. Okay. So let's take that, and we take these guys here. Back like this. So we want first start of the riot. Let's just bring it over here. And we're just going to detach the audio just for now. We need it up to like here, maybe, right? There was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison. So yeah, so this one would be like, okay, so this, all detach audio, get rid of this. We don't have a background. Crop and zoom. Just a little bit smaller.
Yeah, maybe we can just show everything like this. Protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought they would. And then we can copy this and like they thought there was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. And then she's gonna come out. Attach audio from that, move that over there. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past the police. Okay, so we actually want this in like a different order. This showing the riot guards coming out. The prison pressing back the bad crowd and preparing a way forward. Diane stepped from the vehicle. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past. And then final one of past the attach audio there for that one. The police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son. Okay. So we got that one there. Into that. And this. So just flood out. She goes. Afterwards. This. Perfect. Oops. Drop the zoom. 16 by 9. And then we want this for the beginning part here, like this. This one like this. This one there. Pull this down to, let's try 13. Might be a good number. Let's try that. Protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. Diane. Okay, so we want fade out. There. Fade in. Fade out. And fade in. That should do. Protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past the police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son, Thomas Spencer. Alright, and then where is... Okay, so we have this there, and we're just gonna move this one to this part, go negative. Swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. The riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past the police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son, Thomas Spencer.
in, a little bit over, a little bit out. I'm gonna go minus 15 on these because I think it's a little loud.
Swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against it, just as they thought there was no escape. Riot guards emerged from the prison, pressing back the mad crowd and preparing a way forward. Diane stepped from the vehicle. A single woman pushed her way desperately past the police. She screamed and pleaded for the innocence of her son, Thomas Spencer.
Okay, and then we just add in heartbeat effect, and that's number 2 done. Easy peasy. Horror stories, sound effects, heartbeat. Out one, big one. Alright. Should be good. Story 2. What we forgot to do in the other one is transitions. So make sure we do that on this one. Okay, and story 2 trailer. Wait, can I just do this? Will this work? No, it will not work. It makes it super small. Kind of annoying we have to go through this stupid process, but it is what it is. New 19. Maybe I could suppose, actually, maybe I could probably already start it off with that. I never thought about that. I'm probably retarded for not doing that. Videos. 2. You there. Crop to fit. Export as pics. Probably should have saved it, but oops. I'm retarded. So that means if I just make a new one on this and then I insert everything on that lateral or this one. We'll have to try it and see. We need to add subtitles to this one. Where's CapCut? Is it open already? Oh, it's open already, that's why. Okay, get rid of these. This one here. Captions. Generate. And templates. This one. Basic. 20. Italics. Move it up there. Can we not, like, whoops. Let's put it, like, over top of that so it kind of covers that shit. It's so annoying. It's, like, looks like that. But it is what it is. You know. It's not exactly pretty, but that's okay. Whoops, that's not what I want. I want this. Cap. this here to rename this.
Protesters swarmed the vehicle. The door rattled as they thrashed against.
Okay. Are we already on to the new one for the third story? So we're done Death's Lottery. Now we need to do the trailer for this. So I don't know if I found this, but what we're gonna do is... as did the bar, the loop, sound. Approach. Hideous. Puppet. Dog became visible. Body torn apart and reconstructed, but all wrong. Thorny vines, ditch, cross body, holding it together. Place and misshapen wretch. I'm like, do I just let it, like, hang there and be like, yo, read the rest of the full story to find out if he gets bitten or not. Because I'm like, I need to make urgency with it. So it's like, it's gross, and then it's like, it goes to bite him, and it's like, oh, you don't know if it bit him or not. You better go read the story. I think that'll do. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep it nice and basic like that. The shadows. Actually, let's just do this so it's a lot easier. Make everything as easy as possible. Okay. The shadow of Spot seemed off, as did the bark. A loop of sounds like a video game. Approached, the hideous puppet dog became visible. The body was torn apart and reconstructed, but all wrong. Thorny vines stitched across its body, holding it together. The misplaced and misshapen teeth stretched from my hand. I can live with that. Okay, and then we'll go, hey, what's up, Void? How you doing? I'm here. Welcome, welcome, brother. How are you today? What are you up to, good sir? Have you written more of your story, Void? I would love to read it. I made another chapter? Hell yeah, post it up. Is it on Wattpad? Just let me know when you're ready, and we can hop on that. Same story, yeah. Okay, so now we go back to the drawing board again, or did we pick this one? Okay, so we're just gonna say again, I rewrote the trailer, so let's use that. this for 3 Sora 2 prompts. One is approaching across the yard towards the shadow of the dog. Prompt 2 is same story. Read both. Go on Wattpad. You have to. You have me following. Yep. Just let me do this for a second, and then because I want to get these buffering, and then I'll read your story while they're buffering. Prompt 2 is revealing the dog is all messed up. Not a dog, but a creature. Prompt 3 is creature noticing the man reaching out to bite him. I got a gold chain with a cross. Dude, that's sick. Where'd you get it? Creature noticing the man and reaching out to bite him. And then we do Pasta, Sora prompts. Here's the excerpt for reference. Message from my brother. My friend got me it. My Pookie, not gonna lie. Did you talk to them about how you feel, bro? Because that should be like your first priority, is to make sure that you guys are on the same page. You know, you don't want to go making a fool of yourself, right? I know I definitely did. That's why I'm saying it, because I was made an ass out of myself. Because I just assumed. Never fucking assume. Breakout success horror story. Abject failure of a comedy. Damn. The first one was good. We're under heavy load. Please try again in a few minutes. What? Too many people making fucking prompts? That's right, bitch. Take my fucking stuff. Okay, there. Alright, okay, here we go. Wattpad. I don't know why it says, like, the reading list is here, but it's like you are also... I'm following, so why isn't this on my, like, reading list? How do I add it to my reading list? The site is so broken. Why can't I fucking see anything? Okay, there we go. Got some more done with common powers. Nice. We might date soon. She said maybe. Nice. Hell yeah. Alright. Okay, so we'll start from the beginning. Why does Santa wear a red and white suit? Oh, Front Burner! Welcome, welcome! And by the way, Front Burner, 2 days. December 4th. Bikini Day. To represent coming during a Christmas period. Nice, front burner. But yeah, 2 days. Makeup stream, December 4th. Be there or be square, motherfucker. But how's it going, front burner? How are you today, good sir? Always good to see you popping in. We're currently reading Void Biggie's story. What are kidnappers' favorite shoes? Oh, damn. Sneakers, right? Right? It's gotta be sneakers. White Vans. I'm chilling. Never heard of White Vans, but that's pretty fucking funny. Alright, well, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, front burner. Here we go. Alright, lock in. So this is learning common powers. I think I'm gonna take a walk down to the local pool and sauna and grab a drink afterwards. Fuck yeah. That sounds amazing, front burner. Enjoy it. Oh, actually, we're gonna take a toke first. We're going to take a toke first. Then we'll get into the story. As always. Alright. Let me get Mountain Dew. Alright, sounds good. Huffin' and puffin'. True. 3, 2, 1, toke. Alright, this is Boy Biggie's story. Chapter 1. As Noah wakes up from his 3-month grace period, he has to start doing good in practices with his older brother, Senti, named after his father's middle name, which means strength. As Noah eats his cereal, his older brother walks and says, "Remember, grace period's up, time to learn." Noah thinks he will never be as good as Senti without his dad. Noah gets bad thoughts in his head and tells his brother, "Hey Senti," says Noah. "What?" says Senti. "The bad thought are back," says Noah. As Senti walks over to Noah, he says, "Did you eat your special cereal?" "No." "I forgot because of grace period." "You have to take them, Noah," says Senti. "I know, Senti." "Alright," says Senti. "I'll be outside, okay? See you in a second." One thing I will say, Void, it's really nice. You know, it builds tension, but you don't need like all of these says. You can just let the characters talk, right? So you can just be like having all of this in is. Don't apologize. It's no worries. It's just like, you know, it kind of gets in the way. Like, it slows down the pacing of it, right? It feels jittery as opposed to, like, a conversation where it's like, "Hey, what? Bad thoughts are back. Did you eat your cereal?" "No." You have to take your cereal, right? It's just, it should be a lot faster paced with that. But you'll get used to it as it goes, right? And that comes in the editing phase and everything. But that is one thing I will say about it is having all of the dialogue tags and stuff. The movement is fine. It's the dialogue tags over and over again. Try and make your characters' voices specific to a point you can tell who's talking by what words they're using. How they begin a sentence. The syntax that they use, right? Do they say is first? Do they say how first? Do they say why first? Do they say the first? Right? And then pick something that distinguishes how they talk, and then mold that into their dialogue so that readers can tell based upon like the first 3 words that they say the ordering of the words and the structure of it will instantly tell you who's talking. And then that'll completely diversify your characters. Because no one really talks the same way. Everyone uses different words and says different things. Right? Alright, and then next part. Part 2. But it is good so far. Like I said, the idea, Connection Line, a fellow Wattpad writer! Indeed! How's it going, Connection Line? Welcome, welcome. The main thing is... am I interested in the story? Are you building something? Are you making me feel for wanting to continue? And the answer is yes. Because you've created intrigue. I want to know, why does this character have to take pills now? First it was, oh, well, I want to know what the grace period is. Now I want to know what these pills are for. They're like depression, and they're like inside of his cereal, so it's like... okay, you know, it's building up to something, and you can see that there's more and more being revealed as you're reading, which is important. Drinking some Blue Monster. Ooh. You know Blue Monster Cum, right? I mean, huh? What? Monster Cum is blue. No, some monster. What kind of Monster Cum is blue? If you know, you know. I mean, what? Noah takes his pills. He goes outside to meet up with Senti. Senti looks at him and says, "Do you remember how Dad died?" Noah replies. See, and now you instantly say, oh, the dad's dead? Now we confirm? Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, the dad's dead. The blue dragon. It's Bad Dragon. Everyone knows Bad Dragon. You just gotta get the right. Oh man, just don't go with that blue dye 84. That stuff burns your asshole. It's not meant to be inside of you. Drago balls. Need me some Draca-Cola. True. No replies. No, I don't really remember about it. What happened? So I was gonna say, it's one thing to have a conversation about, for instance, an event, but it's like, it's bad when one character goes, "Hey, character, do you remember this event?" And character goes, "Yeah, character, I do remember that event. It went like this." Other character, "Oh yeah, did you remember that it did this as well?" "Oh yes, of course." Very, like, dumb expository dialogue. But not if one of the characters doesn't know. So instantly again, you're like, okay, well, let's bring up the dad died. And the character's like, "No, I don't remember. I don't have memories. It was too early in my life. I don't even remember my dad." And it's like, oh, okay. Now we're even more intrigued, right? And then it's like, well, without his dad. So this brings up cognitive dissonance, though, Void. If he doesn't remember his dad dying, he had to have been too young to remember what happened, right? So it's like, maybe they haven't talked about this before. And don't apologize. It's not about apologizing. It's just like, kind of like being like, what are you trying to say? Right? Like, it's look at yourself and say, what am I trying to say with this? Do I have an idea? I was thinking about putting that in. Yeah. Because it's like, have they discussed this before? How, like, this is like setting up all of those points. Like, how long ago did it happen? How influential was the father in the life? Right? Was it bad? Was it disease? You know, kind of one of those things. Like, we're building up to this point that's gonna even out even more of it. It's my first story. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like, so far you're doing better than like 99% of people in the first draft. So you definitely have a direction that you want to go with the story. And I can see that there's like a passion to the world that you're trying to build, because you're immediately trying to sell that world to me. You're like, hey, this is why this world is so good. Right? And it's like, most people want to tell the story. So they're like, well, then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. And it's like, yeah, but like, that's like a summary, right? That's not really a story. You're writing a story. A story has characters, right? A story has focus. A story has direction. Yes, a story has events, but the events slowly, like, reveal themselves through other things, right? You're not sitting there just being like, this happened, then this happened, then this happened, right? I mean, sometimes you'll do that inside of the story, but that's, like, kind of the worst way to start a story. So, the potential is definitely there, Void. No, Noah replies with, no, I don't really remember about it. What happened? Senti says, well, he tried to save the village from the cultist king, but he failed. And it's like you're instantly adding in like all this nuanced extra little bit of data slowly throughout it. Whereas most people would be like, start the story with whatever the cultist king was and his dad dying. But instead you start with this character, and then that leads you into the ability to maybe have a flashback of this event. So instead of starting with action, you build us up to the characters to build us up to the action, to make us fall in love with it. Which is a very structured beginning. So, the most important thing is to know that you're going in the right direction, even if no one told you to go in that direction. The things that you're using are the things you should be using, even if nobody told you that you should be using those. It should be, like, based on intuition, and what you feel as the author should be in the story. And that's very important to have. Senti says, well, he tried to save the village from the cultist king, but he failed. So I started training alone and beat the cultists so we can be safe. Everyone here is safe until October. So then you say, okay, well then this older brother avenged the father. So now we've instantly added even more information to it just through these couple of sentences in this dialogue. All through a simple question. Why October, says Noah. Because then the cultists are coming again to try to defeat me and you. So we should start training. Okay, fine. What's first? Says Noah. And now you've instantly built up this dread of, and you've added a timer. Alright, well now we know what the grace period is. Now we need to train, and we know why we need to train so we can defend against these cultists. So yeah, it's well, the writing itself, if you want to look at the words on the page, right, Void? Let's take a step back. Looking at the words on a page, yes, it's like a 2 out of 10. But it's a rough draft. No one expects a rough draft to be more than a 4 or a 5, at best, right? That's why it's a rough draft. But the idea is a solid 7. A cultist king, okay. A dead father, perfect. Emotional connection, instant dread, and you know, oh, they're cultists, they have to be fanatics, they have to be bad, right? Just cultist screams terrible, right? You don't want this, right? So presentation is like a 10 out of 10. You're giving dread, you're giving tension, you're giving character, you're giving demise, you're giving stakes, and you're giving a time. So for like an absolute flash fiction, like fucking post this shit on flash fiction on Reddit and watch the updates fly. And that's the thing, just write and write and write and try to just get better and better and better. That's what it's all about. It's just continuousing to write. And then getting better and better and better as you go. And always knowing that there's always going to be someone better than you, but there's also always someone worse than you. So never think about where you are on the ladder relative to other people. Just think, where was I on the ladder yesterday? And where am I on the ladder today? And just keep pulling up the rungs. And that's all you can do, right? Some people just have innate talent. Some people have a capped plateau of talent, right? I mean, as long as you try, you put in the effort, you're having fun, and you're doing what you love, nothing else really matters, right? And I think that's a huge thing that's missing in the creative world, is creating for the sake of creating, not creating to put a price tag on something. And I was actually thinking about this today in the fact of, like, the reason why maybe I've turned more away from writing and been more heavy into reading, and it's because I used to have complete creative freedom over what I wanted to write, and I could write whatever I wanted to write whenever I wanted to write. But then when I started doing the horror with Blue Horror Stories, now I feel like I have this obligation to write ads. Fucking goddamn ads popping in right at the emotional moment when I'm trying to fulfill this beautiful climax of I don't feel it anymore. Have I lost the passion for what I love? I don't know. Why is it so bad to have that thought, that one thought that brings you down? Casts you into oblivion. I gotta retrieve my charger from a friend's house. LMAO, I'll be right back. Hey, sounds good, connection line. We'll see you in a bit. Just let me know when you're back. Smash! Smash! Smash head on table. No, no. It must not be whatever for was. You could definitely see. Oh, no. It is not up in thee by me, for which we see. I tell you above all what it is that you seek is not so set upon what I see. So if you wish to be that which is upon the sea, then surely you'll have to come with me. Into the ads, into the oblivion of ads, where all ads shall converge into everything. But as I was saying, I feel like I've lost, like my passion to write because I don't have the creative freedom I used to have. Where it's like, yeah, I can write any story I want, but it's like I have this almost obligation because I'm trying to build the YouTube channel at, like, writing. Chilling, haven't came in here for a while. Hasn't. No, it's like Zoinko, you know. They come in and they're just rampaging among other streamers doing their own thing, right? It is what it is. Not gonna lie, I'm happy. Well, I mean, it is what it is, right? Some people are bad trolls, but hey, we have to teach them the Smoky way. You got to teach if they're innately trolls. The best thing we want to do. Sleepy wanted to fuck me. He said it. Well, that's interesting. Kids these days, I'll just say that. You guys are, I mean, at least you're upfront about it, right? I mean, like, what the fuck? What am I gonna say? I don't know, fuck it. 3, 2, 1, toke! I'm gonna suck bro like hell now. I mean, people say shit, right? It's the internet. It's the fucking internet, bro. Everyone says shit. It's the fucking internet. Don't take anything anyone says seriously, because it's the fucking internet. Okay, this one's, I guess, broken. I'm live right now. Please drop a follow in chat. L Porky Show. Are you a booba streamer? L Porky Show. Are you a booba streamer? Booba streamer? Yeah! Oh, you're not a booba streamer. Not... No booba! We need some booba up in here. Damn, this guy's going hard, but he's got like this shit on a macro, man. Holy shit. Hot tub stream, I fucking love it. This shit is great. See, this is how you troll and promote in a fucking hilarious way. You got fucking hot tub stream with this random shit. I fucking love it. This shit is amazing. Oh my god. That's classy as fuck, dude. I love it. I love it. See, no fucking regret, no remorse. Just goes fucking hard. That you gotta appreciate. There's something about that, right? The confidence and the charisma that go along with that. There's just something special about it. I fucking love it. Alright, okay. Now that we're back to it, we've got this and this, so we need to build our thing up. Yeah, we already did the audio for that, so we don't need this. We need Filmora. Bring this up. You should play Roblox this stream. I should? Alright, Void. You know what? Can I play it on Steam? Can you play Roblox on Steam? I already did, Porky. I thought you're fucking hilarious, bro. Just don't spam. Can give you free stuff and steal a brain rot. I mean, let's see here. I can never find any games in the search function on Steam. I'm like, Roblox. Okay, well, none of this is Roblox. I type in Roblox. It says nothing. So then I have to go to like here and I say Roblox on Steam. Is Roblox on Steam? No, Roblox is not natively available on Steam as a non-Steam game. Roblox. Okay, how to add Roblox to Steam. Here we go.
In this video, I will show you how to add Roblox to Steam. If you do have any questions or comments regarding this tutorial, feel free to drop that down in the comment section below the video. And with that being said, let's jump straight into it. So here we are. As you can see, I've currently got the Steam app open. Now what I'm going to do is
I looked at that once
and go ahead and add Roblox to Steam. The first thing you're going to want to do is come up to the top left hand corner and just click onto library. So that's going to take you across to your games library. Now from here, if you come down to the bottom left hand corner, and what you want to do is select here where it says add a game, give that a click, and then that's going to bring up some options. From here,
okay, so we just have to, so now we have to download Roblox. Alright. Alright. Alright, let's see what this shit is about. I watched Asmon play it, but I have never 91 username Hawks. Verifying you're not a bot. Alright then. Add me, my name is Jesus. That's a name. That's a name, alright. How do I make this frickin' hold on. Make Roblox. Oh wait, dark mode. So it's just not even native. It's got to be illegal for this shit to be here. Okay, so how do I add friends? Can I just search for this? Silly Camper? Is that your name? Is this you? What the fuck is this? On the front page. What the fuck is this? My toilet. What the fuck? Creamy keyboard tower. What the fuck? Alright, this is fucked up. How do I add? Let's go to Steam. Add a game, non-Steam game. Roblox. Okay, so let's go, whoops, here, and let's exit that. And let's play Roblox player here. Join? Don't have permission to join this experience. Okay, I'm gonna ban you, Porky, cause like you just keep coming in here, bro. I already followed you, bro. So what? I don't know why I couldn't join you. It said I can't join you. You don't have permission to join this experience. Connection line, thank God, save me from this shit. Oh, okay, it didn't work. Alright. You know me, connection line. I just do what the chat says, right? I mean, I immediately regret it. Like, I barely even play video games to begin with, man. This is not really what I do. So in that case, are you ready, connection line, for 4.5? Chilling? Yes. He's definitely chilling. Wee-oo, wee-oo. You're what? You're a wee. Sorry for the delay. I had to get my fucking charger, bro. That's okay, connection line. Don't feel obligated in any way, you know. It's the last thing I want. I'm just here to hang out, you know. It is what it is. Just doing my own thing, right? Let's see how many views we got so far. Like 4, right? Whoops, TikTok. 6! We've gotten 6 views so far. Fuck yeah. What pad? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Well, you didn't have to say that, but you know, it is what it is, right? Play Grow a Charlie Kirk Assassination. Much better game. Jerk for Kirk. Oh my god. True, connection line, true. Alright, we can grind some weed, take a toke, and then we'll get into this. By the way, guys, just another announcement again. Remember, December 4th, 2 days from now, makeup stream. Be there or be square. Because you ain't a rectangle, which means you ain't bricked. I'll do my best. It's a Thursday, so, you know, it's understandable. And then after we read this, we should do our Twitch highlights for the year. Because there's the Twitch recap for the year. And I want to see how many hours... I hope Sean shows up at some point in time, because I want to see how many hours Sean has actually watched me for. I'm actually curious. So actually, if you want to bring your stats up, Callie already posted his. So see if you can beat Callie's watch time for the year. But then again, Callie's been watching me for like 5 months. You've only been around for like a month and a half, Connection Line. So, you know, there's only a certain amount of hours that you could have watched me for. But I think Sean's is gonna be like in the thousands. I think I'll be able to, yeah. Callie sent almost 9,000 chats in my chat so far. You can join a Roblox now. I can beat him in story read time, I bet you. Yeah, 100% Connection Line, 100%. Well, actually, you know what, Connection Line? No. Actually, that's not true. Because I've read his entire book, his entire other book, and like 10 iterations of his current book. So like you're getting there, but I actually think you're probably like 80% of the way there. It crashed. LMAO. Good old Roblox. I want nothing to do with that shit. I watched Asmon play it. I was like, yeah, no. Okay. This is fuck. And the first thing I see on the first page is my toilet. But I'm not gonna play Void. I was just waiting for Connection Line to come back, so I was killing time. And the fact that it didn't let me join was perfect. So I'm like, okay, well I can't play anyways. Awesome, thank God. Thank God. The world is just telling me no. I feel bad for some of these kids, man. They're totally cooked. They're totally cooked and they're only like fucking 15. But then you look at someone like Muffin and you're like, man, Australia must be doing well because Muffin knows what the fuck's going on. He's only like the only 15-year-old I know that's like coherent and knows what the fuck is going on. So I'm hoping that like my niece and nephew will be like that by the time they're fucking 15. They'll be actual members of society, you know? Instead of being retards, like 90% of the people I've seen, like my other people's kids, where I'm like, my niece and my nephew are like 7 and 8, and they can count to like, basically like 1 million. Like they understand the structuring system of numbers in infinite scaling, right? Like they read at like a 3rd grade level, which is like I think one level above like it's grade 2, right? It's like grade 8 or 8 years old. Just being from a household that's like huge readers and creative minds and stuff like that. Like they're also artists, like they love drawing and painting. Everyone I know that's under 15 is either really into fanfic in an unhealthy way, or they play Roblox and borderline essay their friends and call it a joke. Hold up, I'm gonna check my recap real quick before we start reading. Alright, sounds good. Oh, I need a drink, so I'll be right back, actually. Give me a sec here. All right, toke time. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, tote!
Okay, while we're waiting for connection line, I'm gonna do the rest of this. Okay, and is this the audio? This is the audio, I believe. Make everything as easy as.
Shadow of Spot seemed off. The shadow of Spot seemed off. As if the bark, a loop of sounds like a video game. Approached the hideous puppet dog became visible. The body was torn apart and reconstructed, but all wrong. Thorny vines stitched across its body, holding it together. The misplaced and misshapen teeth stretched from my hand.
And it crashed. Yay, OBS. Fucking crashed. Motherfucker. Yeah, let me fix this shit. Everything's gonna be broken now. I don't know why this happens. It's so annoying. Sent my recap, by the way. Aight. Okay, that should fix everything, but I can't see anything on my end. My end is completely fucked. OBS is completely fucked. Man, I miss DV. Bro disappeared off the face of the earth. 69 days using Twitch this year. Hi. Hours watched, 128. 69. 9,000 chats. Damn. Damn. Yeah, I sexy women in the background. Oh yeah, I'm Clanker coming. How do you have 128 hours watched, but you have 9,000 chats? That's fucking insane, dude. 3,000 chats in 33 hours. That's almost like a fucking message a minute. I'm social. That's crazy. You want to see mine? Mine's fucking insane. Is it gonna pop up? Okay, first let's do it as a viewer. Yo, Sleepy, what's up? Hours watched 1,437. Distinct days visited 336. I'm on Twitch every fucking day. Writing, just chatting, StarCraft, Trackmania. It's the Twitch recap. Most watched channels. On this one, I've watched Asmon almost 500 hours on my main account. 14,000 points. 69 hours of the 24-hour channel. 36 hours of Artosis. 79 hours of Cute Muffin. And 84 hours of Quinn. 15,000 chats sent. Chat sent as a mod, 783. Channels moderated, 2. Clips made, 5. 395. 14K chats. And you know what's crazy about that? I banned connection line on Kick, lol. Well, you're gonna lose your privileges, Sleepy Humble. Absolutely gonna lose your privileges. Why do people abuse it? I don't know. My most popular clip, I got like 174 views. Nice! I don't really clip anything. I think bro lied. No, he did. He banned you. Oh, no, he banned Front Burner. Never mind. He banned Front Burner. I just unbanned Front Burner. Because Front Burner is definitely a long time great viewer. But yeah, so these 14K chats, like, those were all sent in either my channel or Cute Muffin's channel. Like, I don't talk on Twitch. Bans the streamer from their own stream. True. Bro, some... So horrible. Get better, Italk. True. Plot twist. Sleepy is just fish. Nah. Nah. Fish would be a lot harsher. He's being a pussy if he's fish. Oh, you know what's another thing we should look at, guys? Check this out. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I don't know why I'm so retarded. I mean, I guess actually technically, yeah, because I have to move this all out of the way to grab this. Where is it? Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Twitch tracker notes. Okay, let's bring it back up. No, I know, you're a horrible streamer. I know I am. I'm a terrible streamer. I hope you get called the N-word in every language. Bro, poor Burner. He's gonna get 3 notifications that he's been banned from stream. That's okay. He literally came in earlier today and I told him to come back on the 4th for the makeup stream. No, but look what happened, Sleepy. You abused your power. Where did that power go? Okay, let's see how bad of a streamer I am, guys. $143,000. Less hours streamed. Wow, man, I've fallen off. I've lost 16% viewers. Damn. My peak viewership is down. My hours watched is down by 48%. Damn, guys, I'm falling the fuck off. That sucks. Because look where I was. I was 174 in June. I was 136 in July. I was 115 in August. I was 117 in October. And now I'm back up to fucking 143,000 in December. Falling the fuck off. Mass exodus to iShow Speed stream December 5th. Yes, bro, I'm a fuck you, Void, if you don't shut the fuck up. You don't know where I live. But yeah, guys, we have fallen the fuck off, man. We've lost, like, all... Well, to be fair, we did change the stream time. So, there is a little bit of that. But still, like, you know. See what my statistics are. Wait, that's a good graph! Wait. But, like, this is a good graph. Ban bro, please. He wouldn't anyway. Chillin' Valiant Boy arguing with himself on his 14 computers. True connection line. Absolutely true. Too much of a pussy. And you're too much of a pussy to stream. Wait, why did it say I'm 136, 193 now? Didn't it say I was 104? Wait, didn't it say I was 140? Where the fuck is... I just had it. Which tracker notes? It was 136, 181, 143, 08. So how did I get to 136, 193? It's like I just jumped ranks all of a sudden. But isn't that the same rank? That's pretty much the same rank. So in 6 months, we haven't moved at all. We've actually... we moved like 13 spots. Me watching this, eating my hypothetical popcorn. But like, as far as the actual graph goes, like the graph doesn't look bad at all, right? Like I'm not losing followers. I'm pretty much maintaining like the same average of views, aside from like these ones when I get raided. But like in general, like we're not growing necessarily, but it's not like we're falling off, right? Like, we just... Huh. So let's see, like, November. Oh, let's see all time. Is this all time? Okay, let's say last 30 days. That's not bad. Concurrent viewers stays pretty much the same, right? No, look at my record. Look at this record. Look at my dick. Now, let's look at my recap, guys. Let's look at my recap as a streamer. Yo, Queen, what's up? How's it going? What does your recap look like, Queen? Okay, let's do streamer this time. Wait, it's not gonna let me wait, I can't. Oh, it's already here. Hours streamed 1,798. Total streams 362. Distinct days streamed 344. Hours watched, wow, 6,000. It's going. I'm making food and I don't know, have not looked at it yet. Nice. Top 3 categories: Path of Exile, Monster Hunter, and Claire Obscure. Top 10%, top 10%, top 10%, top 10%. Damn! That's crazy! Your top stream reached 166 viewers. Holy shit, that's crazy. Top tags: world building, writing, and reading. 112,000 chats received. Damn. Your biggest fans. Front band again. No, he's not, because you can't ban. So Queen's apparently my number 1. Then Beezus, even though he doesn't watch me anymore. Then Eggy, even though he doesn't watch me anymore. Smokey. I don't know who Fink Dink is. Then Sean. Then Cute Muffin. Then Callie. Then Levi, who doesn't watch me anymore. Crossovers between Levi. Raids received 4. Who raided you? Cute Muffin, Angsthaze, Hellish. Raids sent 260 raids. Who did you raid? Rowan, Visceral, and Fabulich. 31 clips made. Unique clippers, 13. Top viewed featured clip. She was so smooth. Hype happenings. New followers. 547. New subscribers. 24. Dude, that means we made like $75 this year in subs alone. That's crazy. Wait, I had hype trains? 3 hype trains. Points spent in your channel. Almost 650k points. Affiliate unlocked. Chat badge unlocked. Give me mod back now. No, I'm not giving you mod back. This is crazy. I mean, I'm happy as fuck with that, right? What's community look like? I don't give a really fuck about community. I give it now, I said. I don't know. Connection line, are you ready for your story, or are you still looking at your recap, or what's the plan here? What's going on? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out slowly but surely, but I'm never figuring it out. All right, let's do it. All right, this is Connection Line Story. Chapter 4.5. Good news. Ooh. I wake up in a bed, unfamiliar to me. There's someone in my room, in my bed. Someone cute, caring, and handsome. Someone who was lying down beside me, silently scrolling on his phone as the morning sun showed itself. Morning. I stretch, reaching my arms out and deciding to hug onto Milo. Turning over towards him. Hey, whenever chilling off, it's always sleepy. True, Void. And you're the one who always brings them up, and then they appear. I wonder why. Milo looks at me with a little smile and a light good morning as he brushes his hand through my hair, wiping some out of my vision as I smile back at him. Bro, I don't. You did earlier, and I can prove it through the chat, so just go back in the VOD and look. Morning. I mutter back, having woken up from a nice and calm dream with no need to wake up alert. Nice to enjoy the morning. How long were you awake? I squinted him. Not that long, he replies. Long enough for you to roll around a couple times. I frowned a little, sort of embarrassed. Oh, sorry. Why are you sorry? He asks. It's cute. Bro, I'm a detective. Yeah, I know, Sleepy, and you're just bad at it. That's why you got fired. My frown and embarrassment immediately leaves replaced by a smile as I bury my face in his chest. Okay. The rest of the morning was pretty chill. But you can't just stay in your room all day. At least, not when you're us. I'm hungry. I groan as I go to get out of bed. Pin of shame. Shut up, Ito. Oh my god, I fucking love it. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, I forgot about breakfast. Milo follows suit. Connection, you won't ban me anyway. Oh, don't tempt him. Don't tempt him. Stop arguing with yourself. Stop hitting 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 yourself. Stretching, I walked towards the door. I was about to open the door when everything around me went black. Usually this would be on purpose, since it would be me entering my little pocket dimension I have. I didn't choose to do that. In fact, I haven't been going to my pocket dimension at all lately. I enjoy getting and do stuff myself. And with the privacy of my room, I never really find a reason to surround myself with a private realm anyway. Bro's not, though. Divine intervention will catch you yet. My pussy is fab. True. Absolute amazing pussy. Grab him in the pussy! I look around, confused. Yeah, and you can't ban me. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, right? It is, you know, sheesh. So I'm chilling. We know you're chilling, okay? You don't need to throw it in our faces. I look around, confused. We will ban you. Don't test it. My first instinct was to leave my pocket dimension. That doesn't work. Then try to enter my pocket dimension, and that doesn't work either. Decide to walk around. Walking forward, my footsteps echo like I'm walking on marble in a hallway. What? No, I'm not chilling. Well, I mean, you just said it, so I mean, you can't take back, you know, This is why you gotta be very careful about what you say, Sleepy, because it can be used against you in every possible conceivable way. And I'm never gonna let it down. It is what it is. Walking forward, my footsteps echo like I'm walking on marble in a hallway, reverberating across a seemingly infinite expanse. I keep quiet, looking around me as I continue to walk. So I'm gonna get banned. Timed out for being gay. I mean, you can't time out someone for being gay. That's mean. Oh, shit. Bro said it himself. There it is. Divine intervention. Nah, it trippin'. Oh, for acting gay. I know what you mean, connection line. I'm just fucking with you. Don't worry about it, Void. You'll notice in a bit. Alright. I keep quiet, looking around me as I continue to walk. There was some sort of massive triangular structure in the vast distance to my right. And as I turn to look at it, hands grab at me from underneath, up to my shoulders, pulling me down to the floor and under it. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The black slate that I was walking on ripples and waves around like I had just been submerged into water, and the air around me increased in density as I struggled to breathe. Tried thrashing away the arms that dragged me down, but the density in my struggle to breathe made it very hard to, if not impossible. The quiet void slowly flooded with sounds of people screaming, guts being splattered everywhere, crying and laughter. It gets louder and louder and louder and louder. Connection line is so chilling. Stay in the timeout corner and think about what you've done. Congratulations, level 4! No problem, both of them. True. I love how his message is still pinned. It's fucking beautiful. Callie? Milo jerks his head into my vision, waving his hand in front of my face. You good? Why'd you stop? I guess, like, shock at being able to breathe again. I look at Milo. I couldn't breathe, I reply. Wait, he got banned? Just timed out. Just timed out for an hour. Just so we can sit there and contemplate what it's like and understand and get used to not typing in chat. That you can just be a lurker. That you can just watch the stream. That you don't have to type in chat if you don't have anything to actually say, right? Like, if you want to drop a bunch of emotes, yeah, sure, but, you know, just like, being a real piece of shit in the chat is like, if you don't have anything to say, don't fucking say anything. You're allowed to lurk. Oh, damn. Where's your puffer? He asked. Downstairs, I reply, opening the door. We walk out of my room and down the stairs. Right. Next time that happens, I'll make sure to help. Sorry, Milo walks beside me. Alright, no biggie. True, Void. Walking downstairs, we're greeted by Araya, who's sitting on the couch with a bowl of cereal. We got some cereal ourselves and head to the living room, sitting on another couch. Araya was watching some sort of cartoon channel and was in her pajamas. She glances at us a few times before asking, "Sleepover?" I look at her and nod. Yeah, you could say that. She glances at Milo and looks back at the TV. Speaking of Milo, he seemed like he was nervous or something. Like when you feel like someone doesn't like you or want you here. You alright? I asked him. Yeah, just... He leans in to whisper me. It's awkward, he admits. I nod and play with his fluffy hair. Don't worry about that. I smile as best I can. Mangalockin! Yo, what's up? How's it going? How are you? Sometimes I wish I was a Twitch mod here so I could send and pin quiet time messages, but then I remember that Chilling was once a mod. Good, how are the beta reads? They're going wonderfully. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. How are you? I'm a writer. Well, that's fantastic. What do you write? What genre? I'm a fantasy and sci-fi writer mainly, but we've been delving into horror / sci-fi with biotech horror fantasy stories about like kind of Black Mirror gone crazy, usually young adult and contemporary fiction. Ooh, that sounds fucking awesome. If you want, I would love to read your work. If you want to, feel free to drop it in the Discord in the beta reading section. I'll add one more question to a talk's intro. Are you chilling? I mean, to be fair, there was no... This is the first time they've talked in the chat. So I'm guessing Mango has been in here before. Because that was the first thing I thought of, Connection Line, was, is this a new account? But it didn't have the first time chatter when he said hello. So if I pull up the messages for this, he's actually sent 6 messages in the chat. Why can I not? There it is. Way back, so his first time chatting was May 19th. Damn, I don't have Twitch writing category. Damn, so you popped in like 6 months ago. That's fucking awesome. Good to have you back. Yeah, the Twitch writing category is like all over the place, right? So that's fucking epic. Yeah, there's no way this guy is chilling. No way this guy is chilling. That guy is chilling, though. On and off Twitch writing category, yeah. That's usually how it goes. I'm all over the place. I mainly try to be on YouTube, but Twitch is like, you know, Twitch is where we have all the extra little bit. Bro, should I be scared? No, he has no power over you, Void. Void is Roblox chilling confirmed. Bet. Anyone that randomly hates chilling is chilling. I have 2 chapters of my new project I posted in Discord. Ooh, I would love to read that as soon as we're done with this. So hell yeah, Mango. This is the Connection Line story. This is chapter 4.5, technically pretty much 45.
700 septillion.
True. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, Talk, finish my chapter and do your best to give your thoughts. I want to see Mango's stuff. I don't hate him. His name's Chillin', so bro's chill. I can be. Nodding back a little, Milo seems to loosen up a little. Right. Araya finishes her bowl and stands up to go to the kitchen. Her bowl, right? Before coming back and watching TV. She had her legs pulled close to her and her arms over her knees as she watched the TV and gave a nose exhale every now and then. Noticing this, I look over at her and ask her if she's okay. You alright? She looks at me and stares for a couple of seconds before shaking her head in a no and going back to watching TV. I'm gonna go to bed. Alright, sounds good, Void. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by. Always a good time. Thanks for sharing your story. Continue to write as much as you can. The more you write, the more you'll improve, the better you'll do. You tried getting a talk to play Roblox, and I can't rule you out as chilling. If you are chilling, or pull a chilling, I will grab mod myself and ban you for 1,000 sun cycles. No problem, I will. Hell yeah, Connection Line. Use the authority that has been granted to you. Through the permissions of those that know not what you do. For we do not care. We only grant the power to those who ask. And destroy those who abuse it. Huh? I raise an eyebrow, keeping my eyes on her. You're not? What's wrong? I ask. What? She looks at me again before realizing what she just did. Oh! She frowns. I meant, like, I'm okay. She nods a little before looking back at the TV, slouching into the couch on her side. I squint at her suspiciously, but decide not to push it for now and go back to watching the TV with Milo. The character in the shower was why did I say Jesus Christ? Character in the show was talking something about objects and hills, but I wasn't really paying that much attention. We finish our cereal around the same time and stand up to put our dishes away. As we're walking back to the living room, Milo gets another call from Mira. Eyo! Milo answers, putting the phone to his ear and looking idly at the wall. Oh, I stayed at Callie's place, he said after a short pause. I put my hands together, feeling like I know what Mira said or asked. Why is your life so sad? Should I call in a wellness check on you? Like, why are you so dedicated to ruining your day with unwanted presents? You insignificant weasel! Ads! 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 Dads! I'm literally becoming mod and ban these fucking ads from stream. I can't goon if I don't have access to a toxic voice and face. What the fuck? Do what you gotta do, bro. Do what you gotta do, connection line. Do what you gotta do. Bro, connection thinks he's tough. Oh! Oh! Don't even try, Trillin. If I ever find a way to IP ban you, count your lucky fucking days. Oh... I think there might actually be an option for that. For, like, ban evaders. I don't know if there's one on Kick. I'm pretty sure there's one on Twitch, though. Your life's in the trash and loss. I mean, fair enough, right? I mean, I don't have a job. I'm 34. I live with my parents. Right? Like, I have no prospects. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? It's life. Just live it. Connection's fucking young. He's got his whole life ahead of him. And he's already written more than I ever wrote ever at this point in time. Like, he's already got, like, 2 books basically done. Like, what? Nah. Nah. Connection line got his shit. Talk's life is epic. He gets on stream and smokes weed and gets to read Peak. I mean, true, connection line. Yeah. Slept surprisingly well. You know how I am with anything that's not my bed, he continues. No, I didn't sleep on a couch. Can't help but smile as I watch him. He glances back to me for a second with a similar smile, and my own smile gains on me. Huh? Oh, yeah. There's a short pause, and then Milo starts laughing. He laughs for a couple seconds before exhaling and gaining himself. Alright, see you soon, sis. Turning to me, he puts his phone away, tells me what his call was about. Mira was wondering where I was. Guess I forgot to tell her. She needs us at the hub in 30. So we should start heading there now. Better safe than sorry. Damn, connection line. That's intense. Like a Rick and Morty incest space baby. What happens if Timmy had a sister and the Whitakers had an even more? We could never imagine. Well, bro, get bigger than the Great Wall of China. I mean, not saying I'm not trying, but, you know, I'm not good at it, right? You can try to, like, do something all you want, but if you're not good at it, like, just innately it's not part of, like, your personality, which is, like, promoting, networking, and, like, marketing is not part of my personality, right? So it's like, I need a third party to do that, and as of yet, I have been unable to find such a third party that can help me in that facade, right? Instead, I'm just running wild like a chicken with my head cut off on my own, having as much fun as I fucking can while I'm here. I'm pinning this to show to the world top scientists so they can better research terrible grammar. Oh, man. I nod, rubbing my eyes before turning around and beginning to get my stuff on. Araya, tell Mom I'm heading out. Might be back soon, I don't know. Shout a little, looking back towards living room. Mm-hmm. Araya replies loudly. Have fun. I will, you too. I reply before gesturing for me and Milo to leave. Walking outside, a car speeds by the road our house is on, and 2 to 3 cop cars speed after it, sirens blaring. Huh, a race, Milo jokes. How exciting. Wow, Skyfall wrote a huge chapter. Not really, this chillin' cut keeps interrupting. Sorry, though. No, I'm just impressed because I can't write on large volumes. Apparently, Connection Line has a chapter that's 100,000 words. Fucking crazy. More than an entire book in just one chapter. That's insane. 100k words is impressive. Yep. And it's not bad either. That's the other thing, right? It's like, oh, it's 100k, it's bad. No. At least I don't expect it to be. I haven't read it yet, but I don't expect it to be. But then again, the way that the chapters are styled, it's very much separated, right? But it's like a topic with mini topics inside of it, like subheadings. It's a very interesting take on chapter system. Making our way to the hub, nothing much happened. We held hands and walked closer to each other than before. The train overhead was fully painted with an ad for a new movie, which is cool. It was sunny and warm, so we weren't wearing too many layers, and the walk there was comfortable without it being so hot to the point of sweating. It's made climbing up to the hub less challenging. Yay! Thanks. Oh, Chapter 5 is. I won't spoil it. It's something you have to be there for. True Connection Line. Getting into the hub, everyone was circled loosely around Jack and Mira, who were play fighting, using dull plastic weapons to practice. Jack had a large knife and a silenced pistol, and Mira had 2 daggers and a pair of brass knuckles, also plastic and dull. Bree was sitting on the couch with Lucy. Lucy doing most of the hyping up while Bree sits back with her arm on her couch arm. Lucas was standing up and rooting for Jack. Milo immediately started rooting for Mira. The two exchanged blows, Jack gaining some distance and shooting a holographic bullet at Mira, who uses the 2 daggers to deflect it and somehow back to Jack. He ducks down like he's playing limbo, and the hollow bullet travels past him and disappears. Standing back up fully right after, he runs at Mira, knife in hand and ready for a slash. Mira does a sort of kick roll, narrowly dodging the attack and scraping at, or at least if it was a genuine weapon, Jack in the knees. Pretends to cry out in pain and laughs as the two stop, and Jack helps Mira rebalance herself after the dodge. Well done, Jack congratulates her. Yeah, you two. Mira puts the daggers away, shaking them off a bit. Bree gets up off the couch, stretching before gesturing to Milo and I. They're here. Oh, Mira turns towards us, giving us a little wave. You see me just now? Pretty cool, eh? I nod. Milo hands Mira something, both of them walking towards the couches. Following them on the couches, we all take a seat somewhere and Mira clears her throat. Lucas and I have been keeping track of that meeting set to happen, but lately an impromptu firewall has blocked us out. We've tracked it to an apartment in the Glass City, near Sierra District. She begins explaining. We will raid this apartment, stop this weirdo, whoever they are. Lucas chimes in, letting Mira take a little break from the explaining. It's most likely just some kid testing out his new hacking kit or whatever. But either way, we gotta get that firewall down, and it won't work online. We'll have to go in person. Right. Just a quick visit to a new district. Hopefully this one has something better to offer than a mall station collapsing. We have to do it now. We have to do that now, I ask, tilting my head and angling it a little bit. Mira turns to look at me and nods. The sooner the better. We just gotta get equipped first. We get ready, grabbing a quick snack and a drink from the fridge. Jack pulls out a bag, the ones with infinite space inside of them, and fishes around inside of it for whatever he's looking for. A little bit of a fishing, he pulls out a couple of masks similar to heist masks, not full-on helmet masks like from the train heist. We'll put these on once we get into the building. Should be an apartment complex of the sorts. Lucas notes, standing beside Jack. Yep, Mira nods as Jack goes back into the bag, fishing out different weapons and tossing them to the others. Mostly little pistols, but Bree and Mira got rifles. Jack himself fishes out a retractable blade, pocketing it and gesturing for us all to leave. Lucas grabs a little device, probably something to help him hack or spy during the errand. The rest of us put our weapons away, concealed in our pockets, since they have the same technology as the bags, but with less space, still enough for a gun or two. Once we're all ready, we head out towards the nearest station. We'd have to go past Alta Vista and into the next district, Sierra. Honestly, I find it funny how in the months I've been here, I haven't gone past Alta Vista until now, but have gone all the way to the Central District. Well, better now than never. Getting on the train, we sit down at 2 4-seaters, and after a moment or two, the train leaves the station. We all chat about different things, and eventually the question is brought up. Yo, Mira looks at me and Milo. You two seem happy. Have a good sleepover? She asks in a tone that suggests she knows or has an idea on what happened. Bree looks at us with some slightly slanted eyes and a little smile. Seems she knows too. She always seemed to have that intuition, like she's the mother of the group or something. I mean, she is the oldest. Lucy was busy playing on her phone, her tongue sticking out of the side a little as she focuses. And she dies in whatever game she was playing and looks up at us as well. Milo starts seeming nervous again, so I glance at him and give him a questioning look. And we tell them, and look asks. Milo gives a little nod, and I put my arm over Milo's shoulder to pull him closer to me. Jack and Lucas look at us at this point. Lucas gaining a grin and Jack slightly raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I reply, trying to get into a more social light. Yeah, I nod. I know why you asked if I like Milo now. He fumbled and said he told you his feelings for me, so yeah. I look at the others. Mira, wingman Milo and I. We're dating now, I announce. Lucy's mouth opens in a big smile as she claps her hands and jumps a little on the seat. Oh, that's so cool! She exclaims.
Mira just crosses her arms and smiles, giving Milo a proud look and giving me a treat 'em right look, but still in a friendly way. Bree slowly nods and gives a thumbs up, looking at the two of us. Congrats, can't say I'm surprised, she half jokes with a little chuckle. Yeah, you two are like inseparable, Lucas chimes in. Are inseparable, Jack corrects him, which causes Lucas to look up at Jack. But when Jack looks back at Lucas, his face cracks a little smile and he looks back at us. Yeah, Lucas nods. I nod and Milo lightens up, giving a sigh of relief. Thank you, sis. He looks at Mira. No problem, Mira smiles back. What are sisters for? Yeah, what are sisters for? A lot of things, I guess. Keeping each other happy, social. Araya's been helping with that a lot. Been having bursts of confidence now and then. Should make sure I do my part. Getting to Alta Vista, we stay on, and Mira jokes that we'll have all the events here from now on. Oh, I was like, what? Wait, what? That confused me for a sec. Events as in like the things that they do, right? Like joking, like, hey, we'll just always have like all of our meetings on trains, right? Or wherever Alta Vista is. Yeah. Park was still jaw-dropping as ever, but we weren't here for that. When the train starts moving again, the voice announces that we are now entering the Sierra district, pronounced Sierra. Sierra. Next stop, Angel's Grasp. Huh? Sick name. Big station. That is a pretty epic name. Naming conventions for this, I think, are pretty, like, on point for, like, the world. And it's like, you can get a little bit of, if not all of the essence of what it is from the name, right? Like Eden, obviously, right? And it's like a vista, so you're expecting, like, beauty, and it's a park, right? And, like, Sierra seems a little bit, like, over the top, and the first thing is, like, oh, divinity. It's like, it's just a continuous escalation on that point, right? Getting closer to the station, I see a large building with some tubes and rings extending upwards into the sky. It's a launch station. Beside the big building was our train station we were about to enter, which was built into the main building. On the other side of the train station was a large bus station with a bus loop and a stretch of transitway. This is where we get off. The whole station looked like two large buildings with a normal train station between them. Yeah, I'm glad it all works. Yeah, it's definitely, like, on point with it, right? It gives the easiest meaning and expectation towards it, right? And it shows that there's thought put into it. It's not just random, right? Like, most people just pick random names and stuff like that that don't really evoke the feeling. Like, you gotta think that there's certain letters in the English language that evoke certain feelings. So you have to understand how you can use those letters and those sounds to your advantage to construct words, even in a fantasy world, with names that resonate with it, right? Like, what do you think of when you hear, like, Husai Sudi? They name a song Exodus, and it's a fucking trap song. Like, to me, Husai Sudi sounds like the Great One. Like, you know, the majestic, the malevolent, not malevolent, the maker, right? The like, sounds like Middle Eastern Egyptian god type shit. Picture two big pillars in the desert. Yeah, that's the name of my main character, Husai.
And the entire construction of the language is built upon, like, the inference of certain letters having, like, a connection of either emotional or some sort of response, right? Like a trigger response to them, and you construct those together to make a sound that evokes the feeling of what you're trying to describe. And that's the best way to use language, in my opinion. It was much different from... Yeah, totes. Yeah. It was much different from Meredith's launch, since that launch station looked more like your usual train station. Had a big platform with cover and 2 tracks on either side. The entrance was underground, and it had an emergency overground entrance at each end of the station. That's the one we've been taking, since it's usually the one with the quicker trains. Angel's Grasp, Launch Line 1. Please mind the gap and enjoy your ride. The announcer chimes in again as we pull into the station. Whoa, this place is cool! I audibly gawk as we all get up to leave. Yeah, Milo nods, holding my hand as we walk. We get off the train and I look around, taking in my surroundings as usual. The whole station had a blue and white look to it, with a glass ceiling that made the sky look darker than it was. Outside, there was a bright blue sky with little to no clouds and a highway that seemingly went all the way through the district. It was noticeable, as every now and then you'd hear a rush of sound coming from it. There was construction going on for the sound barriers, so they weren't always working. The district was one of the districts with little less buildings than usual, but our entire area was considered a more rural part of the planet city, so there's that. There were a few patches of grass here and there, but they were mostly for private lawns or yards and houses. It was hard to see much from the station, but at least I could make some stuff out. Walking to the bus section, we wait for another one we have to take, sitting down on some benches while we do so. The buses going by had a black and orange theme to them, with them looking older than the ones in the Meredith and Central District. Old models, I ask? Lucas nods. Yeah, Sierra's more of a rural place, so there's not much need for many buses. He watches one pass by. City just uses the old and spare ones around here, though you'll occasionally see a newer model sometimes. Cool. I nod, watching as our bus pulls into the stop. 94 Summersville. A bus. The bus had a more rectangular shape than the other buses, with the window at the front being split in two, one even slanting inwards more than the other. It had that eye-catching black and orange theme all over it. Shut up! I'm terrible at this! And the text in orange at the top glitched out every couple seconds. Maybe in 4 years I'll learn how to fucking read. Until then, bear with me, please. Taking seats at the back, the bus starts moving with a big whoosh as the engine vibrates the bus a little. The whole bus rattled every time even a slight bump on the road transitway occurred. It was cozy, like the bus is back home on Earth. Guess it's not really home anymore, huh? Hasn't been for a while. Perhaps. A few stations later, we arrive at our destination. Well, the station closest to our destination, at least. It's funny how they call this rural on Earth. This would be the downtown of your average city, apart from a little stretch of transitway that had some vegetation along the sides. Walking around this place was cool, though, since I could almost always see the buses go by, all the different models no longer in use around the rest of the city. We end up in a series of apartment complexes, and after a few seconds, Mira instructs us to put our masks on. This is the one. Mask up, crew. Time to teach this sucker a lesson. Milo put his mask up. Jack pulls out a shotgun, racking it, and making sure it's loaded. Safety was on, so it was more of a scare tactic than anything.
kicked down the back entrance door to the apartment that housed the firewall host and began flooding in. Jack and Mira were at the front. Me and Milo but were in the back watching for anything from behind. Without much context, this could seem silly, but after the derailment, Skytech, Keys, and a lot of people were on high alert. Any activity we made from here on out had to be on the top quality in terms of execution. You never know what might happen. Good catch. Hey, every time I catch it in my head. So that's the time I didn't catch it in my head. Getting closer to the floor. It's like I hesitate every time I see the name. Getting closer to the floor that the host was on, my vision blurs and distorts as black shapes float around my vision, shifting different colors on tiny edges. I could feel my skin start to tingle like my whole body was falling asleep and I struggled to stand. Ugh, ugh! I stumble to the stairs, my body forcing me to sit down as I pull my hand over my forehead. I'm gonna ban myself for rude behavior now. Who am I? Chilling? Mira and the others glance back at me. You good? What's wrong? She asks. My vision. I groan as soon as I do. Everything goes back to normal. My eyes widen as I look around, pushing myself off the stairs, and I stand up. What? Might be a sign of danger, Mira sighs. Come on, let's continue. Proceed with caution. Milo holds onto my arm as I gain myself, and we make our way to the floor the host is on. 7th floor. Room 27. Get ready, Mira calls out. 27. Milo gives me a look. A little look. Must have remembered my lucky number that I made up on the spot. I look back at him and smile, just a bit, gently opening the door to the 7th floor. We all walk out and down the hall, stopping just in front of the 27th door. Looking at it brings that blurriness back and paralyzing feeling. Shapes taunt me and wreck my vision, but before anyone else notices me, it all leaves and clears up. What is happening? Bree goes in front of us, kneeling down to place a device on the floor. It was this metallic square wrapped in leather with 4 sharp cornered legs coming out of it that dug into the door. Inside, we could faintly hear rummaging and things crashing, glass breaking, and the distinct loading of a pistol. Everyone behind me, Milo whispers, going in the front. These shadows formed a defensive wall that would block anything shot or thrown at him. The device on the floor makes a beeping noise, very rapidly increasing until the legs explode, sending the main square into the room as it takes the door down with it. Sending the main square into... Oh, because it's like a claymore kind of launches itself. Like a self-propelling claymore. We wait a second or so for any gunshots to ring out, but nothing happened. Mira throws in a flash grenade and Milo peeks into the room. There's nobody. The glass window was broken. Whoever was in here must have jumped out. It was a decent drop, so they must have either used something to lighten the blow, or they're stupid and we've got our target on the ground down there, bleeding out. It's a funny thought. Either way, we need to apprehend them. Ah, damn it! After them! Mira immediately turns around, booking it back down the hall and down the stairs, the rest of us following. Running out of the apartment, we catch a glimpse of the person we're after, turning a corner into a side alley. Of course, we run after them. The side alley opens into a back street, but nobody was anywhere nearby, so we all chase after the host until they pull out a sort of taser and shoot it at Milo, who was in the front. He blocks it with his shadows, and the person we're pursuing lets out a shocked yelp as they look forward and continue to run. They had full white sweatpants with black sweater and a hoodie up, and the yelp sounded more feminine than masculine or even androgynous. They have a decently short build from the short blurs that we got of them while in pursuit, and their hair seemed to puff up a bit due to the hoodie being a little higher than normal. We turn again into another alley, but this time there was no way out. Turning around, they're greeted by Jack and Milo,
with the others and I catching up. Milo uses his shadows to hold the runner in place while Jack winds up and throws some sort of mesh net that latches onto them and ties them up. "Gah, let me go!" they yell. They were definitely a woman. They had a British accent. Wonder how accents work here, since the places they're from don't exist. Maybe it's also location-based, and the universe is only so many accents it can give out. Anyways. Mira scoffs, walking up to her. "Fuck no. You're coming with us, and you're gonna turn that shitty little firewall of yours off. Got it?" Milo bends down, his hands on his knees as he looks at the girl before Jack picks her up and hauls her over his shoulder. "Ah!" She kicks it, or at least tries to. "I swear! I mean it! Let me go!" "Nah," both Mira and Milo reply in unison. Lucy was poking at the girl as she brought her back into the room, causing the girl to thrash around as much as she could and swear at the chaotic bundle of joy. Ads coming up here in a second. Give me a sec here for ads. I'll give you some ads to go with your ads for being ads. I know why ads throw ads at ads. Don't ask me why ads will do ads, because I know what ads are. Don't tell me what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what I know. If you knew what I knew, you would know how to go over what you do. Where the fuck are these ads? Does someone press snooze? I feel like these ads should have already gone through. Or am I retarded? What's going on here? Okay, I'm going to chance it and say someone pressed the snooze button. "You fuck! Don't touch me, yeah?" she yells as we close the door and apply a muffler to it. Wait, okay, there. I was like, wait a second. Did I fucking read this through the ads? No, it just took forever to ads to pop up. Did you press snooze? No. I don't think anyone pressed snooze. I think I was just jumping the gun. Queen's just probably playing Rivals. She doesn't even, Never mind, they just came in late, I guess. I don't know. I felt like it's supposed to be like 30 seconds, but I felt like it was like a minute between it telling me, hey, ads are gonna pop up, and then ads actually popping up. I don't know why there's a delay. It should be like, ads starting in 3, 2, 1. Boop! Okay, ads have started. Not starting in 3, 2, 1. Oh, ads start. Sorry, I forgot to start the ads. It's like, fuck off. Such a ridiculously stupid system. Okay, guys, we're gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, why did you guys start? Dude, I love Mango 67. Anyways, hi, ads are gone. True. She yells as we close the door and apply a muffler to it. I'm not helping any of you corpo fucks, she continues. Especially not if this is who you fucking send. Pff, corp? We're not corp. Mira scoffs as Jack sets the girl down on the couch, still tied up. Bree and Lucy sit beside the girl, keeping her in check. We're quite the opposite, actually, Bree chimes in. I give the girl a confused look. Wait, if you hate the corporation so much, why put a firewall on private logs? You know that just helps them, right? She gives me a stubborn, angry look. You're real bright, ain't ya? We all glare at the girl. Huh? I mean, you do know that they can track their own visits. The girl gives an annoyed chuckle, fidgeting on the couch. That firewall wasn't placed. They would have tracked you, she reveals. Was hoping you'd, I don't know, understand that? We do, but we still need that info. Mira crosses her arms. Try acting smarter than us when you come up with a better way to hide tracks. She gestures for Jack to untie the girl. But for now, you will deactivate that firewall. Pfft, what makes you think, the girl goes to say right as Jack and Lucas pull out and aim a loaded handgun at the girl. Oh, okay, I'll do that, she nods. Good. Mira keeps her eyes on the girl, slightly squinting. Untying her, we gently force her to the computer, where she logs on and does whatever hacker nerds do to get rid of annoying firewalls. Now, you have to be careful. She keeps her eyes on the computer. They'll start tracking you guys any minute now. We already have measures for that, Lucas sighs. Rookie hackers and their many faults. Who you calling a rookie? She turns around and glares at Lucas, fire in her eyes as she places her hands on her lap. You, Lucas replies, the handgun still aimed at her. You shoot me and you're no better than those corporate husks, she seethes. Oh, this is just for intimidation, Lucas waves the gun around before spinning it and putting it back in his pocket. We're done here. Bree and Lucy get up. We all start walking towards the door. Glance back at the girl who's looking at us with confusion and a hint of intrigue. As Bree, Lucy, and Mira all get towards the door, a loud bang goes off and the hallway suddenly fills with smoke. The three closest to the door getting sent back and falling to the floor. Lucy hits a table with on her way down and lets out a pained yelp as Bree tries to get back up. Milo creates a shield from his shadows and the smoke enters the room, starting to surround us. He must have been in the area already because that was fast. A few flashing lights came from the smoke, footsteps audibly getting closer to whoever is after us floods into the room. Before one of them could even reveal themselves to us, we hear a body drop and spaz out. I turn to look at the girl, and she's holding a modified taser aimed at the smoke. She has a certain look on her that says she's not used to this stuff, but definitely just tased whoever dropped. Few shots ring out from both sides as Milo continues protecting us and the attackers move up past the smoke. They were special task force members. They had bulletproof gear, but I guess it wasn't taser proof. Bree and Mira help Lucy up, and they all get knives out and get ready to fight, but the task members all go limp and drop to the floor when the ceiling launches some sort of dart into them all. Again, the girl is the reason they dropped. She had pressed something on her desk, and it must have activated whatever dropped from the ceiling. We quickly take our chance to kill them off, my parasite getting 2 of the kills before we all run off together. My place is compromised. Fuck! The girl yells, grabbing as much tech as she can before we all leave the apartment. Don't worry, we have a place. Just help us get them off us, Milo replies, as we all run down the stairs, which are now blaring a siren. Door's locked, Mira calls out as she tries to open the rear exit. On it! Lucas walks up to the door, pulling the same device from before, blows the door open, and we all make a run for it as more forces enter the complex from the front. Using cover to hide from the attackers, we end up making it safely to another street and begin walking like nothing happened. Damn it, the girl groans. That tech was high price. I can copy it. I look at her. Just when we get to our little place. You can? She looks back at me. Yep, now stop talking about it. We're normal people, I reply, nodding. She goes back to looking in front of her. Lucy was limping, being helped by Mira and Bree as we all walk to the nearest station out of Sierra District and back into Meredith District. We end up making it back, and Bree immediately gets to work on Lucy to help her heal. First time ever, I looked up something I came up with wondering if it was a porn, and can't find it, apparently. Though I still have my doubts. Nobody has modified a horse saddle as a sort of strap-on, so a woman can have an even better time while riding her horse. Oof, typo, 1Y. I am a terrible author, literally unreadable fuck. True connection line. And true, Sean, I'm sure there absolutely is a saddle out there with a dildo attached to it. There has to be. There has to be. I don't believe that. I don't have any faith in humanity. Well, but the porn. How can I find it? That's the problem, Sean. You're gonna have to go through thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of porn. First thing I would do is public. Because it's something in public, right? So like public horse saddle dildo strap on. Yeah, because if you type horse at all, it doesn't come up, and cowgirl gets what you expect. You just want saddle, right? So like saddle dildo, and then you can work your way from there. Once you have the saddle, get like start with like a Sibian, and then you move into a saddle, and then from a saddle you move to an actual horse, and then from there it's put that saddle on the horse. So it's like you kind of got to go through steps of like filters. I would go on maybe some forums, right? Maybe go on some porn forums. Go on 4chan and try and find it out on 4chan. I'm sure somebody has it, or somebody will make it for you. I wonder if this is a case where I actually need an AI to find it. Maybe. Who knows? But welcome, Sean. Another day, right? Sean, I want to see your Twitch recap. I want to see how many hours you watched me, Sean, because I think you're going to have the highest hours of anyone. And I'm going to be like, I have 6,000 hours watched. I bet 5,000 of those are fucking Sean. AI horse girl dildo saddle porn. I think you're going to get a way different thing response to that. I don't need to actually see the porn. I just want to know it exists, because it has to exist. Rule 34, if it exists, there's porn for it. Period. No exceptions. It exists somewhere in the world. We end up making it back, and Bree immediately gets to work on Lucy to help her heal. Her hurt leg pretty bad and had bruises everywhere from the knockback. Whoa, the girl looks around the place as we all settle in. Cool, eh? Milo sits down. I end up standing up beside him, looking at the girl. This place is our main area, so no telling people about this. He continues, or else we'll have to kill you. Right, she nods. I won't. We all finish settling in, and the girl sits down on the couch. Mira looks at her and asks for a name, age, and occupation. Aiza, she replies. 17, she continues. Occupation? Mira presses on. Unemployed? As Aiza frowns. Alright. Mira nods. That's fine. Knowing what happened with me, I can only guess that they'll try to get her to join now. I stand up and let them know I'm heading out. Mira nods before continuing to recruit Azia. Wait. Aiza. You fucked up, connection line! How dare you! How dare you! You're ruining my immersion! I'm never gonna read your story again because it broke my immersion. How dare you! I hang myself, don't... Make sure that it's a slip knot, okay? Can I mod so I can ban myself? This is atrocious. You are mod! You're a banana mod. Look at that sword. Just take that sword and commit seppuku. Making my way home, I watch a plane fly over, which is kind of rare in the Glass City. It was nice to hear it and see the pierce the sky and fly above. Kick mod is like fucking myself with a wet toilet paper. I can see it. Only viewer is chilling. Yup. I mean, it is what it is, right? We're the only person that stream. No one goes on Kick to go in the writing category, right? I don't even know how people find the stream. How do people even know there's a writing category? Like, it fucking astounds me. I mean, I enjoy it. It's great, but it's just like I don't understand. It's like, okay, this is what it is. It was warm out, with the sun shining on the street sidewalk. I was walking on like a bright yellow, a nice yellow. Nice. Keep stretching. Keep stretching. It's okay. I can fit fully in there. No worries. That's all that matters, right? A nice yellow. A few people stopped me to take some photos. A few stopped for an autograph. Felt weird being known, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel nice to be seen in such a positive light. It's nice knowing that I made someone's day just by existing. Getting home, I get my phone out and check the time as I walk up the stairs. Mom was finishing up a little snacks she made for herself and gives me a little wave and bows, blows me a kiss as she walks upstairs. I wave back and head into the kitchen, looking to make a snack of my own. I finish up the snack and sit down in the living room where Araya is still sitting, watching TV. Has she even done anything else while I was out? Araya, where's Milo? She turns to look at me. What? I raise an eyebrow. Sorry, she sighs, making a circular gesture, pointing at her head. No, it's fine, I reply. I get it. He's at that place we were all at, I think. We found someone that might join our crew, I explain. How do I get the info you wanted? Go on to Twitch and it'll ask for your recap. So say see your recap. And then you just click viewer. And it'll give you this. Chilling still doesn't realize I unbanned him. Right. Araya nods. After, there was a bit of awkward silence. I could tell that Araya had some stuff on her mind, but couldn't tell what it all was. Most likely, she was still thinking about Lily. But what else was she thinking? Was she wondering why Milo stayed the night? Oh yeah, I guess I hadn't really told her. I can never go I have to go oh. I don't know why. Just every time you go I'm like I glanced towards Araya and back to whatever wall I was staring at. Milo and I hesitate for a moment, almost not believing the words that were about to come out of my mouth. I was so confident earlier. What happened? Yeah? Araya looks at me. We're dating. I finish what I was gonna say. 745 hours to your stream according to that anyway. Am I your highest watched stream? Like, what number am I, Sean? That's insane. That's 2 hours. That's an average of 2.5 hours every single day of you watching me, Sean. That's insane. That's more time than I've watched Asmon. But that's just on my main channel, right? That's not, like, my other PC isn't logged in. So if I'm, like, watching him on my other PC, it's not counting that. Or on my phone. So it's actually a lot more than that. I watch like 5 hours of Asmon a day. Then I watch videos as well of things that I didn't catch on the stream. But yeah, I'm guessing you probably have the highest watch hours, because I have 6,000 watch hours. So Sean, you're one of the 7 people that watch me. Hell yeah. Smile creeps up on Araya as she nods to herself, glancing down to the floor before looking back at me. Congrats, she says. I knew you two liked each other. It's just a matter of time. Was it really that obvious? Tilt my head in a slight frown. Yeah, she nods, like super obvious, painfully obvious. You, then General Andrews, then Trallion, then Hellish Mist, and then... whom named Maddie. Never heard of whom and never heard of Andrews, but yeah, I know Trallion and Hellish. Yeah, mine's Asmon, Quinn, Muffin, who's the other one in the Nartosis? Fuck, who's the other person I watch? Quinn. Oh, Asmongold's 24 hours channel, so they're both Asmon. That's right, his new 24-hour channel. Mine's just a bunch of random smaller streamers. I can't stand watching big streamers. Ah, I see. General Andrews does retro speedruns mostly. Mega Man 2 and TMN2 T4, I think. Nice. I guess I truly am dense. Right, I nod back. So, yeah, that's why he was over. A little chuckle. Araya stands up, one arm on the crutch as she uses the other to give me a little hug. I'm happy for you, Callie. I hug back for a bit. Well, Araya, let's go, and leans a little on her crutch as she blows some of her hair out of the way. I'm gonna lie down now, get some rest. She smiles lightly. Love you, Callie. Talk to you later. Okay, but can he retro speed run a job? Ah, funny joke. Ah, true. Welcome home with the McDonald's emoji. Consider I've only been watching Twitch for a little over a year and a while, so that should say just how steady your stream is and how my ability to watch is. True, Sean. I mean, I'm glad that, you know, there's content that I'm producing that people are enjoying. That's all that matters to me. You too, I reply as she walks upstairs. I too head upstairs, contempt how my weekend has been going. The rest of the day was relatively chill, and before I know it, I'm in bed and making my nightly post before bed. It was just a quick post, talking about the weekend and how it was nice. Putting my phone away, I turn to my side and slowly drift into sleep. Hell yeah, connection line. Chapter starts where it ends, so it goes in like a full circle. We've got like a new crew member to work with. It completely introduces an entirely new idea and concept of like, you know, evolving the technology that they have and increasing the amount of reach that they have as well. And then it brings in the intrigue of where did this chick come from? Why was she doing what she was doing? How do they not know about her before? You know, obviously the government knows about her, so they're gonna have to protect her from the government, right? It's like asking all of these questions, and the only thing I'll say is like, I'm gonna say one word to describe Fox. Shift. Yup. I will say you need to diversify your character actions though. either do less character actions or get more diverse character actions. Because it feels like all your characters do is sigh, and then, like, I don't know why I'm blanking on this, but there's, like, 3 main actions that your characters do. Where it's, like, leaning, like, sitting down, right? But it's like the way that they do it needs to be like individual to each person, right? So I think maybe that's something that's like more characteristic of the style of the characters. Like, put in effort of how do they slump down? Do they neatly sit down? Are they slouched? Are they sitting up? Like, what's their demeanor when they're doing... Yeah. Seething vocally is an option. Yeah. Yeah, flopping. Yeah. Just use, like, pick a descriptor and use it specifically for that character. So when you use that descriptor, we know that that's the character that's taking the action, to the point that you don't even need to say that the character is taking the action. Because I think it's just a little generic in the description of it. And it becomes a little mundane over time. Same with the description of buildings and stuff like that. Like, it's like, oh, it's a window with, like, visuals, right? It's like, if you're gonna describe something, especially with, like, Callie's ability to describe things, make them, like, intense and, like, almost supernatural in the way that she describes them. Like, unrealistically. But it's, like, in her mind, right? Of it, like, warping her perspective of how she sees. Growling scream of frustrated rage. I think that'll give a lot of diversity to your characters. But that fight scene, like the practice fight scene, was really good. Like the way of describing character motion and movement. And I think that was probably the most potent part of that chapter for me. Think Goku when he's powering up. Well, I mean, anyone. Think of, like, Krillin when he's powering up. Think of Vegeta when he's powering up. Think of Gohan when he's powering up. Think of Goku when he's powering up. They're all doing the same thing, but they're all doing it in a very unique way to them, right? And it's like you can tell, like, their demeanor, their body language, like, whether they're doing this, like, right? Like, it's all about the tiny little pieces of nuance. Yeah, for that growling scream of frustrated rage, that's what I meant. Oh, I see. Yeah, the... Let me know when you're done reading Mango's story, so I can get up the daily short story from Arkshire. First we gotta figure out if Mango even survived your story. Mango, are you still out there? Because, I'm still here. Hell yeah, alright, let's do it then. We're gonna have a token in a sec here, so we'll wait. Hi, Mango. What did you think of the story, the Mango, so far, from, like, just jumping in and dropping in immediately? For this chapter kind of standing on its own, like... This is a very, action-packed kind of chapter, right? It's like a slow burn into the action. Especially starting off with, you know, Milo and, Callie hooking up, the night before. I honestly didn't get much context, but first person is my strength. Nice. Yeah, it's, corrupt government trying to be, like, super authoritarian and, oppressive, and then there's, like, characters that have special abilities with, like, parasites. But they're fighting, like, freedom fighters, basically fighting against the government. Dialogue is good. I didn't feel the characters acted stilted with their words. Yeah, no, the dialogue is really good. It definitely evokes it. There's one thing, like I said, with the last chapter, where it's like, you have to I have to keep reminding myself that the characters are younger, so their dialogue is a lot more not basic, but like unrefined, right? Like they haven't found their true voice yet, right? Like they're still evolving how they speak, how they interact with people and stuff like that. Whereas usually older people are like set in their ways unless something happens that changes how they react with what they're doing. If that makes sense. All right. That's usually the biggest compliment I get from these stories. Thanks. And dialogue is the hardest thing to do. I'm so shit at dialogue because I'm terrible at talking to people. Fucking goddamn ads. Fuck ads. God damn, we were so close. We were so close and then we threw it away. We threw it away, away, away. Down, away, over and under and away and off and over. Oh, we can't possibly be in ads. No. No. Shut up and take my money. Take my money. Shut up and take my money.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay. Are we ready? Ready to lock in for this? Alright, here we go. This is Mango's Story, Chapter 1. Daniel. What do you want to be when you grow up? Most kids would say an astronaut, or an athlete, maybe an actor or a musician. A job that makes you money. Something that'll make you famous, even help make the world better. With that in mind, I wanted to be a Pokemon trainer. When we had career day at my elementary school, I had my chance to confidently give my answer. Following career day, my kindergarten teacher would always come up to ask me about Pokemon, teasingly, even if she wasn't familiar with the latest names. I didn't mind. I made it no secret that I loved video games. All I needed was my handheld DS during recess, lunch, and after school. Following a short break, I would continue after dinner and into the late hours of the night. There was no limit for my obsession. Obsession was normal. But what else? My exasperated elementary school teacher would plead. Is there anything else you want? Anything? She wanted a different answer out of me. Perhaps a doctor or some better, realistic occupation. Thought for a moment. AC. I want to be able to leave the AC on during winter. That, she left me with a sigh. Okay, that's definitely an intro. Holy shit. What are you, fucking retarded? Oh, I could just feel the frustration. Being like, oh man, I'm gonna get so bad. I'm gonna get such bad ratings from this fucking kid. Oh man. That's a fire type? Sasha looked back at me blankly. Yes, it means that Charizard takes ×2 damage from Blastoise. Come on. Sighed, flipping the cards over. Sasha and I continued the one-sided battle. Clearly one of us didn't know the rules. I looked at her ragtag team of starter Pokemon compared to my curated collection. I could just make up any of the rules and she would believe me at this point. Hi, hey Muffin! How's it going? How are you, good sir? Welcome, welcome. What are you up to today, Muffin? Are you streaming right now, bro? Are you streaming, buddy? Maybe we should take a break. Do you have any toys? My god, one of my first written characters was named Sasha. She was a suicidal Aussie who tried killing herself outside of the Hunger Games arena in lore, getting a memory-wiping concussion instead of joining the games. Alright, I'm about to stream. We're reading Mango's story, which has started off pretty strong. I like this aversion to reality right off the bat. It tells a lot about the character and about the world that they live in, that they're comfortable enough in their life to be able to ignore reality. Which says a lot about the character, and they're obsessed, so it's like, you know, they're basically have the freedom, because their parents are obviously not, you know, taking their game away from them in a way, right? So it's like, you get a feeling for this just instantly right off the bat. Everything's kind of just thrown at you. In other words, me. Well, damn, Muffin, that's brutal. That's brutal. Hey, man, remember, life only gets better. You know, I'm 34, guys. Life can only get better. Aussie and Suey. Muffin's like, right up my fucking alley. Maybe we should take a break. Do you have any toys? Sasha's eyes lit up. She motioned for me to follow her to the backyard. In the backyard were several small clay pots. Adorning the trees were wind chimes that sang harmonious notes in the breeze. Noises meshed together in an enchanting melody like dreamlike arrangements. Life can only get better. I remember believing that. Hugo. It's a play on the fact that life is shit, right? If life is shit, life can only get better, right? And the more shit that life gets, the more it's just easier and easier for life to get better. But how are you doing, Hugo? How's it going today, good sir? What are you up to? How has your day been? Have you written any more, Hugo? Do you have any more to share with us? Yet it doesn't. Nah, you guys just need to wait 10 years. Come back to me in 10 years, okay? If I'm still streaming to 8 people in 10 years, and neither of my YouTube channels have gained any momentum in any way, and I'm still working at Walmart, as long as I'm still having fun, that's all that matters. As long as I'm enjoying what I'm doing, and I'm passionate about what I'm doing, I don't think anything else really matters. Right? Like, I mean, I'm in a very, very nice position to be able to say that because of my parents, but still, right? Practicing guitar. Haven't really written anything other than adding more to my rewrite. Ah, I see. Hell yeah, guitar is epic, man. 60% of the way done. Fuck yeah, just keep on trekking. Small steps. One step at a time. You'll get there. In the clay pots were small crystals. Red, magenta, light blue, forest green. Each crystal was unique in their structure. Some were poignant and others were more rounded. Sasha pointed to the green crystal. That's your favorite? I asked. She nodded. Crystals were kinda cool. I could see why someone would like it. I'll still stick to Pokemon, though. I think your collection's nice. Maybe one day I'll show you the rest of my cards at home. I'm not into Sasha. My friends begged me for details about the playdate, stretched my wrists and focused on the more important tasks at hand, like what I would do to beat the Elite Four after school. One of my friends persisted. Why not? I think you'd be a good couple. Nah, she's got that stupid stare, you know? Like this. Like making a face, I caught a glance at Sasha. She wasn't looking, but still hadn't budged from her seat. For a moment there, I thought if I should have moved, said something. I went to follow my friends out for dodgeball. Sasha. That's such a silly dream, I reply. Pokemon trainers aren't a real occupation. Oh, really? Tell me what you want to be when you grow up, Daniel says. Leo had suggested playing a cooperative climbing game for a change of pace from our usual FPS routine. We're currently 100 feet from the top of the mountain. Leo's rope snakes its way down the edge of the cliff. My character grabs it and tugs herself upwards. Chained together! What? I couldn't catch that. What? Daniel asks again. The president. Leo couldn't stop himself from letting out a laugh. Daniel is snickering behind the mic. Why would you choose the commander-in-chief out of everything? Daniel asks. I feel I'd do a good job. Make things right. You don't think so? I quip. Maybe. Give you a vote at least, Leo murmurs. What about you? I ask. Daniel points to himself in the game. Do you think I'd be a good Pokemon trainer? For a long pause, Daniel shifts his feet. I'm not particularly sure, he admits. You? Out of all the things I expected to hear over the years, definitely not that. We're almost at the peak. I can see the flag fluttering in the wind, marking the end of our journey. I knew my rival would beat the Elite Four and could stay champion. I'd be okay with that. I stopped moving. I mean, don't you think it's sad? Daniel rambles on. Your childhood friend finally gets to accomplish his goal and you just take it away from him. I mean, it's fucking true. It's fucking true. But what about your goals? I ask. Don't you want to achieve your goals? Not if it means trampling on the dreams of others. I don't agree. Maybe that's why you haven't achieved anything, Daniel. Task fucked up, brah. The only way to achieve anything in life is to trample over other people. It's the way in which you trample over other people that matters, though. Because if you're at the top, there are people under you. And as you go up the rung, you're purposefully putting other people under you so that you can get ahead of them. And that's what you should always be doing, because you should be advocating for yourself. Because no one else is going to advocate for you the way you can advocate for yourself, because you're you. Everyone's dead. On my team, there's no one left. No one else left alive. The score is tied at 7-7. I'm still playing my favorite agent, Frost. Using the self-heal ability, I restore myself to half health. That's true. Yup. It's all about perspective, Mango. You gotta have the appropriate perspective for your position in life. It's very situational, and that's why your perspective should always be continuously changing. Because you don't want to have a stagnant life. I cautiously peer around the corner. To my luck, there's a clueless enemy looking away. Lining up a headshot, and easy kill. The enemy drops to the floor. It's not long before I hear others make footsteps towards me. I reposition myself behind cover, multiple steps. My hands are getting a little clammy. Let out a shaky breath behind my screen. The words keep echoing in my head. She's got that stupid stare, you know. Think your collection's nice. I think you'd be a good couple. He's nicer as a concept than a person. I count to 3, then open fire from behind the boxes I'm hiding at. The bodies collapse in a line. I empty my machine gun's magazine, earning myself 3 more kills. I reload. Last one standing. Where is he? Within a fraction of a second, I hear a bullet whiz by from the left. It's like my arm moved on its own, just like the aim training scenarios I practiced day in, day out. My mouse glides across my desk with one smooth, icy click. The enemy falls to their knees, the kill banner decorating my screen. Round 1. All 5 died. My first ace. My team screams in excitement, but they're not as loud as my own. I'm still in shock as the screen resets and the loadout screen for the next round. Sasha! My mom yells from downstairs. Yikes. I like how you're jumping through the different perspectives, and it feels like as you're jumping through different perspectives, more time is passing between it. Right? And it's like you're getting a feel for the other side of the interactions, which I think is like a great way to integrate into the characters. And like you said, like first person is your way of doing things. You just have like from each character's perspective, jumping around the POV, and then layering those into how the characters interact, building that background around it with the characters, right? Very, very interesting. Leo Mills. Straightened up in my seat. Mr. Haggerty adjusts his checkered blue and gray tie. He wears a collared shirt and khakis with dress shoes like usual. He has his piercing stare, the one my dad used to give me before I would get grounded for weeks. Only this time it's my English teacher dropping my government name and scolding me. I nod, not exactly sure what to say. Putting on my usual desponent's face, I prepare myself for a long lecture. Shift uncomfortably in my chair. Security cameras caught you. Slips grimly. Unicate. Enunciate. Jesus, I can't fucking read. I'm retarded. Enunciate each syllable like a death sentence. I don't know if you thought having a substitute teacher for the day would let you get away with beating your friend repeatedly, but we noticed. Grayson is one of my classmates at best, or like a personal demon, not my friend. He made fun of me. I was wrong, though. I'll take full responsibility. Force back a smirk as I remember how Grayson's eyes widened after a clean hit to the temple. I didn't stop. I struck him over and over. Less angry at what he said about my dad. That's not the worst of it. The worst is how I feel like the world is overflowing with brackish water, people tugging at my very being. Not floating, not swimming, just drowning. I like pulling Grayson down into that ocean. I barely remember how Grayson provoked me. Maybe it was just resentment over the years of being slapped, pushed around, and poked by him. I never allowed myself to fight back. But at least no one's here to tell me what's right or wrong anymore. Grayson told me you two were playing a game. Punchies. You take turns hitting each other until one cries, "Uncle." Looked more like you were the only one with a turn. I shrug. Mr. Haggerty adjusts in his seat and studies me. Mr. Haggerty's classes are always popular. His booming voice, assigned readings, and book reports are never a chore to me. From the moment I stepped into the classroom filled with posted book reports, quotes from famous writers, and of course the poetry adorned with flowerful poems, I knew I would love learning from him. Our talks during recess, our office hours, about our favorite authors, possible meanings behind motifs, hopes of making a creative writing club flash through my mind. Leo, member of the student council, honor roll every year, Mr. Haggerty flatly states. Try not to roll my eyes. And now, just a screw-up ready for disciplinary action, I reply. Would you say you made a mistake? This isn't like you. I would say it's not something I can take back at this point. Can't sweep everything under the rug with an apology. Grayson certainly will remember. But I'll take any punishment I deserve. A long pause of silence. Mr. Haggerty swallows hard as he taps his chin. I know your father wouldn't have wanted to see this. I bite down hard. This stings. I didn't expect him to treat me like a fucking stranger. Sterile words, gazes of pity, and infuriatingly empty stares. Funny how invisible I am to the faculty when I get slapped or shoved by Grayson. Yet the moment it's a family issue. I'm just troubled and in need of adult support. Trusted adult. Yeah, right. Where I can find the choice words to storm out, Mr. Haggerty's expression softens. Takes out one of his many ballpoint pens from his shirt pocket and scribbles on a note with blue ink. Shocked to see tears moisten his eyes. I worry about you fondly, Leo. You're my favorite student, and I want to read more of your book. I'm left speechless as I try to decipher these words. You can do a million things right, but the higher you climb, all it takes is one mistake. It's all people will remember. He hands me a note to take to my teacher. With those parting words, Mr. Haggerty exits. I'm in shambles. I take a shaky breath before I walk out of the empty classroom to PE. Damn! He got oofed! He got oofed, man! Yeah, that was definitely heartfelt for sure, right? Like, it's always that foreshadowing of like, obviously something's fucked up with his dad. Either his dad's dead, there's something wrong with his dad did something, or people think his dad did something. It's like, yeah, okay, his dad's clearly fucking dead. And it happened pretty recently, right? Because he's still troubled about it, but it's not like too recently. I'd say like 6 months to a year, but not like, you know, 6 years ago or something like that. Unless he's like really fucked up and he still can't get over it. But I mean, at this point he'd be like, what? I'm guessing he's like 15, 16, right? So it's like, oh, by the way, we might start reading Arkshire after Sky Chapter 5 because it'll take some time for me to write up Chapter 6. Well, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. I was just about to call you Callie, connection line. Also, this story is fun. Yeah, I like this. I mean, I don't know where a direction for the story is going, but I like the presentation. I like the characters. I mean, it seems like a modern thing. It has like the foreshadowing of like, well, obviously, like, careers and schooling is extremely important. It's still really directionless at this point, just character building, yeah. And, you know, you're building up the flaws and the reasonings for the characters, right? How they're going to react, why they're the way that they are in this very simple school setting that can explain a lot with a, like, seems like a little bit of time jumps in between each character, getting a little bit of style to how the story is going to unravel as it goes, right? And then from there, you get this, feeling from the author that, like, they understand the character and, like, they can differentiate between them. Because if you can do a character in first person and then do that same character in third person without the internal catch and still have them feel like the same character, that's actually a really, really hard thing to do. Because usually there's a dissonance between you acting first person as the character and you seeing the character as a third person through someone else's eyes. If you're switching between different first persons of characters that interact in a way, like we saw between Sasha and Daniel in the first little bit of their swapped perspectives. I had the opposite problem with early renditions of Sky. I just had the story laid out with no idea of how characters will live in it. Yep. Some people are good at some things, some people are good at others, but it all depends on the start too, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with how you start. Some people start with an image, some people start with a character, some people start with a setting, some people start with, you know, the end. It all depends on what you want to do and why you want to do it. And like I said, the only thing that makes style is consistency. You can do whatever you want as long as you do it consistently. That's all that matters, because then that will be your style. You are purposefully doing this, even if it doesn't, even if it has a dissonance with what you would normally think of as storytelling, right? And I think we have way too much formulaic storytelling, and we don't have enough off-the-ball storytelling. And I think we need to... And I think it's because of what sells, right? People aren't willing to go out of their way to take a leap of faith on a story. They need to, like, be hooked immediately. And it's kind of... And I feel like this with my writing now with my YouTube channel, because I feel like I have to write the story a specific way in order for it to gain any traction on YouTube, which I feel is stifling my creative essence. But it's also like, I'm using it as an exercise to limit the scale and degree of what I can write. So it's like, it's a writing exercise inside of a, inside of a, I don't know what to call it, like an ecosystem, right? Like, I'm inside of a specific ecosystem, but I'm treating it as if I'm inside of a writing exercise. And that shift of mentality is actually super important to have. I deadass started with a series of dreams that I was like, that would make a sick story. Nah, fuck that shit. I write what I like and I feel is important for the story, and if people lash onto it, they lash it onto it, and I see Sky more as a story I need to tell rather than a means to an end. Exactly, Connection Line, and that's how you should be as a writer, in my opinion. Like, and that's how successful writers are too, because they're not writing for the niche. They're creating their own niche and writing for themselves. Like I said, I don't want to be someone who follows trends. I want to create trends. And I think that's, again, a perspective, a mentality, and a outlook. Dude, I'm gonna touch you. True. I still need to make that emote. I haven't done it, because I literally have no time to do anything. Because I'm a lazy-ass piece of shit, and I don't do fucking anything. Because, like, right now what we're trying to mainly do is work on our voice and our voice acting. Alright, well, if no one else has any stories, then we will get into... Dun dun dun. Eye of the World. Since we haven't read in a couple of days, due to things... Hey. Oh, right. Is your short story up? Connection Line? Real quick, my short story. I'll post it out. Wall. Gotta paste it real quick. Boy. Oh, just sitting back, relaxing, and chilling for a sec, guys. Just take a quick breather. Let's all just take a step back and, you know, appreciate why we're here, what we're doing, what we have in life. All those small things that we should be appreciative of, that we take for granted, you know? All our skills, creativity, and all the voices that listen to us. No matter how small or how large our voice is, there's always people out there that we can touch with our voice. Especially in a world of interconnectivity such as we have now. Your voice is your most powerful tool. Forge it into the type of tool that you want the best. ChatGPT wrote, Hugo in the Silent Hill Gothic for me. And it was funny, but it did hurt a little. Huh. I wish my guitar playing was my job. Hugo, in a perfect world, you wouldn't need a job and you could just live up to your best kind of creativity. Hopefully, we will eventually get to that point with, like, universal basic income and, like, AI and robots to the point where no one will have to work and we can all just not have to worry about making money, so we can just put all of our effort into doing whatever our hobbies are. Fucking ads. ChatGPT formed my thoughts for today. Also make me money and send it to my bank account you made for me. AI do everything for me because I can't do it for myself. Oh wait, I can't do anything for myself, so I do everything for AI. Wait, AI does everything for me because I can do everything for myself. Wait, I can do everything for myself, so why do I need AI? Oh, but I'm lazy and I don't want to do it myself, so now I'm going to use AI. Oh, now that I've used AI, I'm not going to be at a point where I can be able to do things on my own, so now I have to use AI. So now I get to the point where I'm learning with AI for my own point to know where I need to put what I do when I go, so it doesn't matter when I open what's over it, it's under and over and in. That's why we find more than we could ever think to hope. But in the end, I never knew that ads could be such a delirious delusion of ads. Added ads, dad ads, added added ads, dad bad added added bad dad dads, the dad bad ads. Add up in your bads, bid dad. You don't dad with bads, cause we in that ad. Oh yeah, I love coming back into stream to see you talk on full schizo ranting. That's what I do when we does what we need, so don't forget to do what you does when you go to what you do. When you do what you does do what? So what does you do, then does what? I does what's for yous does what's for me's. We's do's, me's does, yes, me, you. 3, 2, 1, toke. I don't think we'll ever reach a post-scarcity world. Our god, the economy, demands blood sacrifice in the form of labor. To that end, artificial scarcity has become dogma. I just mean when no one has to work because robots do everything. And Hugo, they'll either have to kill 80% of the population or give us universal basic income. And somehow I think it's going to be easier for them to kill 80% of us. We need a mass exodus of capitalist pigs, but nobody wants to admit it. And those who admit it don't have enough backup to act on their words. See, I don't mind capitalism if capitalism is, like, done in a free market and with fair hands. But we're in a world where it's like, there are, like, 4 companies that own every other company. And they also own every government and every politician. But capitalism, in and of itself, of a free market, capitalism is the greatest idea we've come up with. If people like it, people want it. So people are willing to do things in order to get it. That's the essence of capitalism. Even in capitalism, you don't even need a monetary thing. You could have a barter system in and of capitalism. It's just what is the best thing that gets the most people because it's the best thing, right? Who does it the best? That's the one you want. Steve Jobs, more like Steve destroys jobs. Haha, am I right? I mean, fair enough, yep. But I think the idea of jobs in general is ridiculous. The idea that every single person in the world has to have a job in order to survive is just absolutely unsustainable. You need to get to a point where you don't need a job just to survive. But you should still have an incentive to want to be a positive influence. Like, you don't need to have a society that incentivizes you to have, or needs you to have a job in order for you to be a positive influence on society. Like, 90% of the positive influence that people have on society is besides their job. I hate that common sense has been replaced with common incompetence. Oh, 100%. As Asmund says, common sense isn't common anymore. It's been basically tried to be bred out of us. And then the people that are just bad actors just fake it and feign it and say, oh no, it's just this, or oh no, it's just that, or it's this or that, or you do this and you do that, right? It's like, ugh, oof, ugh, utters over, not for me. Basis of capitalism to trade capital. You capital is labor. The employer's capital is money. If you want a society where your worth isn't the capital you can provide, then you want the opposite of capitalism. No, Hugo. You just don't want the trade to be money. And you don't want the capital to be labor. You want the capital to be creativity. And you want the employer's capital to be a product. And that's all you need is creativity and product. And you have capitalism without any money. Process of creating is labor. Yes, but it's not forced. That's the difference, is it's the definition of labor, right? Because if you look at the essence of labor, labor is something that is unwanted. Right? Socialism Safe Haven Project IO 09.17. It is what it is. Beyond the point you would know, but the problem is the only successful metric for history of any society has been capitalism. Any communist or socialist country has eventually been overtaken by dictatorship and completely ruined. Every single country in the entirety of the existence of humankind, prove me wrong, And Russia says they're communist, they're not. China says they're communist, they're not. The last true communist country was the USSR. And what happened to them? Oof. Oof. And they weren't even really communist either. Problem with capitalism is when you can offer no capital. When you've had your limbs chopped off because capitalism made obesity profitable, you get stigmatized because you have no capital to offer. See, Hugo, I think you're just getting into the too nuance of it. You're putting definitions on top of capitalism in order to like build an image around it. Like, I'm just saying the fundamental idea of trading capital is not bad. It is the manipulation and like hoarding of that has and like the shift in psyop perspective and gaslighting towards it that's the problem. It is not capitalism is evil. It is humans are evil, thus we fucked up capitalism. But capitalism works in a way that it works with humans. Step 1, remove personhood from corporations. I don't quite know if I like step number 1, max wealth cap. Well, yeah, you should only be able to make an individual person should only be able to make $10 million a year. Everything past that is taxed. Period. You can make up to 10 million, and once you make more than 10 million, and then that decentivizes people to make more money so that other people can come up and make money too. Capitalism was made to bring the common man up. This scared the 1%. Capitalism was made to keep the common man down. Not only make 10 million a year, you should only be allowed to make 10 million total ever. Nah, I think you can make 10 million a year. But, Hugo, here's the other thing. We're removing the stock market. You can't trade. There's no more interest. Interest doesn't exist anymore. We delete interest. It's gone. It doesn't exist. It's illegal. Stock market is an idea. You cannot actually trade through money on the stock market. It is, you can trade through, like, what you think and have predictions. Fuck the stock market. No more trading imaginary capital. Exactly, Hugo. That way, $10 million is actual $10 million. Like, think about this. Elon Musk, his wealth is like $200 billion. He doesn't have $200 billion. It's just that's what the assumed capital of all of his wealth is and his investments, right? His actual, like, monetary value is probably like $250 million, right? Like you take away all of that stuff, it's like $250 million, right? But it's like 200 billion in inflation over the course of, like, oh, well, you're including all of these companies, all of these things. Foreign exchange is what banks rely on because it's exchanging money for money. Exactly. Dude, inflation is important. My ass. Get rid of it. Bruh, fuck ass. True. While keeping a limited number of wealthy folk. Keep them happy, keep them fat, keep them succulent at the appropriate age. We turn them into a delicacy as a reminder to the rest. Fuck is an Elven. Elven is Final Fantasy XI. That's the, like, elf race. Eat the rich. Exactly. Exactly. Instead of Soylent beans being made out of the poor, it's made out of the rich. Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking. I can get behind that. Alright, Arkshire. Here we go. Ghost.
This is Connection Line's Arkshire story. Such a beautiful country. Shame it's tainted by the likes of corruption, greed, and all those other keywords that only a goody two-shoes would care enough to hate. But what happens when the bad guy steps into the business of another bad guy? Outcasts. Those deemed wrong, those forgotten, and those who are known. Anyone can be an outcast, but in Arkshire, everyone is an outcast. Doesn't matter if you're on the council itself. The world around Arkshire is so very different from itself, and by default, that makes Arkshire the outcast. So what happens when non-outcasts attempt to shove their way into the home of the outcasts? Religion. Such a hot topic with cold-hearted followers. Doesn't matter what you align yourself with, there will always be a bad apple, or maybe a whole tree of bad apples. What happens when the whole ecosystem is full of those bad apples? You get a ghost, one that hates you, follows you, stalks you, and kills you. You get a ghost, one that wants you out. One that is not only one that hates you, you get a ghost. One that fixes things one at a time, one by one less apple to hate. They're coming for you. A note on Mr. Locke's desk, signed with a symbol of a black cat eating a lion. Damn. Crunch. Churn, churn, churn. But I have to go to B. I have full day of being small cog and meaningless machine tomorrow. Alright, no worries, Soylent Green, Gilded Greens it is. No worries, Hugo. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Always appreciate it, brother. That's why I saved up enough money, so now I took my cog out. I fucking quit. I have another 8.5 months of trying to build up something of a monetary value before I have to go back to Walmart. But at the end of the day, it's just a vacation. So, is what it is. Alright. Here we go. Eye of the World, Chapter 48. The Blight. Ah, there you go. Hell yeah, Connection Line. That's what it's all about. The wind whipped Lance's cloak, sometimes making him hard to see even in the sunlight. And Ingtar and the 100 lances Lord Egelmar had sent to escort them to the border, in case they had met a Trolloc raid. Made a brave display in double column, with their armor and their red pennants and their steel-clad horses led by Ingtar's grey owl banner. They were easily as grand as 100 of the Queen's guards. It was the towers just in sight ahead of them that Rand studied. He had had all morning to watch the Shinarians' lances. Each tower stood tall and solid atop a hill, half a mile from its neighbor. East and west, others rose, and more beyond those. A broad, walled ramp spiraled around each stone shaft, winding all the way around by the time it reached the heavy gates, halfway to the crenellated top. Sortie, from the garrison, would be protected by the wall until it reached the ground, but enemies striving to reach the gate would climb under a hail of arrows and stones and hot oil from the big kettles poised on the outward flaring ramparts above. A large steel mirror, carefully turned down, away from the sun now, glittered atop each tower below the high iron cup where signal fires could be lit when the sun did not shine. The signal would be flashed to towers further from the border, and by those to still others, and so relayed to the Heartland fortresses, from where the lances would ride to turn back the raid. Or times normal, they would. From the 2 nearest tower tops, men watched them approach, just a few men on each, peering curiously through the crenelles. In the best of times, the towers were only manned enough for self-defense, depending more on stone walls than strong arms to survive. But every man who could be spared and more was riding to Tarwin's Gap. The fall of the towers would not matter if the lances failed to hold the gap. Rand shivered as they rode between the towers. It was almost as if he had ridden through a wall of cooled air. This was the border. The land beyond looked no different from Shinar, but out there, somewhere beyond the leafless trees, was the Blight. Ingtar lifted a steel fist to halt the lances short of a plain stone post in sight of the towers. A border post marking the boundary between Shinar and what was once was Malkir. Your pardon, Moiraine Ace Sedai. Pardon, Daishon. Pardon, Builder. Lord Egelmar commanded me to go no further. He sounded unhappy about it, disgruntled at life in general. That is as we planned, Lord Egelmar and I, Moiraine said. Ingtar grunted sourly. Pardon, Aes Sedai, he apologized, not sounding as if he meant it. To escort you here means we may not reach the gap before the fighting is done. I am robbed of the chance to stand with the rest, and at the same time I am commanded not to ride one step beyond the border post, as if I had never been in the Blight. My Lord Egelmar will not tell me why. Behind the bars of his face guard, his eyes turned the last word into a question to the Aes Sedai. Scorned to look at Rand and the others, and he learned they would accompany Lan into the Blight. He can have my place, Matt muttered to Rand. Lan gave them both a sharp look. Matt dropped his eyes, his face turning red. Each of us has his part in the pattern, Ingtar, Moiraine said firmly. From here, we must thread ours alone. Ingtar's bow was stiffer than his armor made it. As you wish, Aes Sedai. I must leave you now and ride hard in order to reach Tarwin's Gap. At least I will be allowed to face Trollocs there. Are you truly that eager, Nynaeve asked, to fight Trollocs? Ingtar gave her a puzzled look and glanced at Lan as if the warder might explain. That is what I do, lady, he said slowly. That is why I am. He raised a gauntleted hand to Lan, open palm toward the warder. Suave Ninto Mashima Taishite Daishan. Peace favor your sword. Pulling his horse around, Ingtar rode east with his bannermen and his 100 lances. They were at a walk, but a steady pace, as far as armored horses could manage with a far distance yet to go. What a strange thing to say, Egwene said. Why do they use it like that? Peace. When you have never known a thing except to dream, Lan replied, healing. Mandarb followed. It becomes more than a talisman. Rand followed the warder past the stone border post. He turned in his saddle to look back, watched Ingtar and the lances disappear behind barren trees, and the border post vanish. And last of all, the towers on their hilltops, looking over the trees. All too soon, they were alone, riding north under the leafless canopy of the forest. Rand sank into watchful silence, and for once even Matt had nothing to say. That morning the gates of Faldara had opened with the dawn. Lord Egelmar, armored and helmeted now like his soldiers, rode with the Black Hawk banner and the 3 foxes from the east gate toward the sun, still only a red-silver sliver above the trees, like a steel snake undulating to mounted kettle drums. The column wound its way out of the town 4 abreast. Egelmar and its head hidden in the forest before its tail left Faldara Keep. There were no cheers in the streets to speed them on their way, only their own drums and their pennants cracking in the wind, but their eyes looked toward the rising sun with purpose. Eastward, they would join the other steel serpents from Val Moran, behind King Azar himself with his son at his side, and from Ancor Dale, that held the eastern marshes and guarded the spine of the world, from Mos Shere, and Fal Siron, and Cameron Can, and all the other fortresses in Shainar, great and small, joined into a greater serpent, they would turn north toward Tarwin's Gap. Another exodus had begun at the same time, using the King's Gate that led to the way to Falmoran. Carts and wagons, people mounted and people afoot, driving their livestock, carrying children on their backs. Faces as long as the morning shadows, reluctance to leave their homes, perhaps forever, slowed their feet, yet fear of what was coming spurred them, so that they were in bursts, feet dragging, then breaking into a run for a dozen paces, only to fall back, once more to shuffle through the dust. Few paused outside the town to watch the soldiers' armored line winding into the forest. Hope blossomed in their eye. In some eyes, and prayers were muttered, prayers for the soldiers, prayers for themselves, before they turned south again, trudging. The smallest column went out to the Malkir's Gate. Left behind, we were a few who would remain, soldiers and a sprinkling of older men, their wives dead and their grown children making the slow way south. A last handful, so that whatever happened in Tarwin's Gap, Faldara would not fall undefended. Ingtar's grey owl led the way, but it was Moiraine who took them north, the most important column of all, and the most desperate. For at least an hour, they passed the border post. There was no change in land or forest. The water kept them at a hard pace, as fast a walk as the horses could maintain. But Rand kept wondering when they would reach the Blight. The hills became a little higher, but the trees and the creepers and the underbrush were no different than what he had seen in Shaynar. Gray and all but light leafless. He began to feel warm enough to sling his cloak across the pommel of his saddle. "This is the best weather I've seen all year," Egwene said, shrugging out of her own cloak. Nynaeve shook her head, frowning as if listening to the wind. "Feels wrong." Rand nodded. He could feel it too, though he could not say what it was exactly he was feeling. The wrongness went beyond the first warmth he could remember outdoors this year. It was more than a simple fact that it should not be so warm this far north. It must be the Blight, but the land was the same. The sun climbed high, a red ball that could not give so much warmth despite a cloudless sky. A little while later, he unbuttoned his coat. Sweat trickled down his face. He was not the only one. Matt took his coat off, openly displayed the gold and ruby dagger, and wiped his face with the red of his scarf. Blinking, he rewound the scarf into a narrow band low over his eyes. Nynaeve and Egwene fanned themselves. They rode, slumped as if they were wilting. Loyal undid his huge collared tunic all the way down, and his shirt as well. The Ogier had a narrow strip of hair up the middle of his chest, as thick as fur. He muttered apologies all around. "You must forgive me. Steading Shanghai and its mountains and cool." His broad nostrils flared, drawing in air that was becoming warmer by the minute. "I don't like this heat and damp." It was damp, Rand realized. Felt like the mire in the depths of summer, back in the Two Rivers. In that boggy swamp, every breath came as if through a wool blanket soaked in hot water. There was no soggy ground here, only a few ponds and streams. Trickles to someone used to the water would, but the air was like that in the mire. Only Perrin, still in his coat, was breathing easily. Perrin and the Wanderer, and the Warder. There were a few leaves now on trees that were not evergreen. Rand reached out to touch a branch and stopped with his hand short of the leaves. Sickly yellow mottled the red of the new growths and black flecks like disease. "Told you not to touch anything." The warder's voice was flat. He still wore his shifting cloak, as if heat made no more impression on him than cold. It almost made his angular face seem to float unsupported above Mandarb's back. "Flowers can kill in the Blight, and leaves maim. There's a little thing called the stick that likes to hide where the leaves are thickest, looking like its name, waiting for something to touch it. When something does, it bites. Not poison. The juice begins to digest the stick's prey for it. The only thing that can save you is to cut off the arm or leg that was bitten, but a stick won't bite unless you touch it. Other things in the blight will. Rand jerked his hand back, leaves untouched, and wiped it on his pant legs. Then we're in the blight, Perrin said strangely. He did not sound frightened. Just the fringe, Lan said grimly. Stallion kept moving forward, and he spoke over his shoulder. The real blight still lies ahead. There are things in the blight that hunt by sound, and some may have wandered this far south. Sometimes they cross the mountains of doom. Much worse than sticks. Keep quiet and keep up if you want to stay alive. He continued to set a hard pace, not waiting for an answer. Mile by mile, the corruption of the blight became more apparent. Leaves covered the trees in every greater profusion, but stained and spotted with yellow and black, with livid red streaks like blood poisoning. Every leaf and creeper seemed bloated, ready to burst at a touch. Flowers hung on trees and weeds on a parody of spring, sickly pale and pulpy, waxen things that appeared to be rotting while Rand watched. When he breathed through his nose, the sweet stench of decay, heavy and thick, sickened him. When he tried breathing through his mouth.
Fucking ads, god damn it, where did the ads come from? What is this? We were just in ads! Guys, I swear it says 30 minutes, but it's not fucking 30 minutes. It's some fucking bullshit. I don't believe it for a goddamn second. Do you guys believe it? Nah. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Guys, you know, sitting there. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no. That's bad. That's bad. Watch Red's bad. 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 Ads. No. Ads. 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 Nuts. 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 Fuck ads. No ads. Bad ads. When he breathed through his nose, sweet stench of decay, heavy and thick, sickened him. When he tried breathing through his mouth, he almost gagged. The air tasted like a mouthful of spoiled meat. The horse's hooves made soft squishing. The rotten, ripe things broke under them. Matt leaned onto his saddle, spewing until his stomach was empty. Today was weird. I had an appointment for M today, and it took ages to get through. So tired. Think I'll head off for tonight. Have a blast, everyone. Alright, no worries, Sean. Have a great night. Take care. Always, I know I've had a last couple of weird days, so it makes sense that I would rub my weird off on you guys, right? Anyways, take care, good sir. Have a good sleep. Sweet dreams. Matt leaned out of his saddle and spewed until his stomach was empty. Rand sought the void. The calmness was little help against the burning bile that kept creeping up his throat. Empty or not, Matt heaved again a mile later, bringing up nothing. And yet again after that, Egwene looked at us as if she wanted to be sick, too, swallowing constantly, and on Eve's face was a white mask of determination. Her jaw set and her eyes fixed on Moiraine's back. The wisdom would not admit to feeling ill unless the Aes Sedai did first. But Rand did not think she would have to wait long. Moiraine's eyes were tight and her lips pale. Despite the heat and damp, Loyal wrapped a scarf around his nose and mouth. When he met Rand's gaze, the Ogier's outrage and disgust were plain in his eyes. "I had heard," he began, his voice muffled by the wool, and then stopped to clear his throat with a grimace. "Fah! It tastes like fah!" I had heard and read about the blight, but nothing could describe. His gesture somehow took in the smell, as well as the eye-sickening growth. That even the Dark One should do this to trees! Fah! The warder was not affected, of course, at least not that Rand could see. But to his surprise, neither was Perrin, or rather, not in any way the rest of them were. The big mouth glared at the obscene forest through which they rode as he might have at an enemy, or the banner of an enemy. He caressed the axe at his belt, as if unaware of what he was doing, and muttered to himself, half growling in a way that made the hair on Rand's neck stir. Even in full sunlight, his eyes glowed golden and fierce. The heat did not abate as the bloody sun fell toward the horizon. In the distance to the north, mountains rose, higher than the mountains of mist, black against the sky. Sometimes an icy wind from the sharp peaks gusted far enough to reach them. The torrid humidity leached away most of the mountain chill, and what remained was winter cold compared to the swelter it replaced. If just for a moment, the sweat on Rand's face seemed to flash into beads of ice. As the wind died, the beads melted again, running angry lines down his cheeks. And the thick heat returned harder than before by comparison. For the instant the wind surrounded them, it swept away the fetter. Yet he would have done without that, too, if he could have. The cold was the chill of the grave, and it carried the dusty must of an old tomb newly opened. "You cannot reach the mountains by nightfall," Lan said, "and it is dangerous to move at night, even for a warder alone." "There is a place not far off," Moiraine said. "It will be a good omen for us to camp there." The warder gave her a flat look, and nodded reluctantly. "Yes, we must camp somewhere. It might as well be there." "The eye of the world was beyond the high passes when I found it," Moiraine said. "Better to cross the mountains of doom in full daylight at noon, when the Dark One's powers in this world are weakest." "You talk as if the eye isn't always in the same place," Egwene spoke to the Aes Sedai, and it was Loyal who answered, "No, two among the Ogier have found it in the exact same place. The Green Man seems to be found where he is needed. But it has always been beyond the high passes. They are treacherous, the high passes, and haunted by creatures of the Dark One. We must reach the passes before we need worry about them," Lan said. "Tomorrow we will be truly into the blight." Rand looked at the forest around him. Every leaf and flower diseased, every creeper decaying as it grew, and he could not repress a shudder. If this isn't truly the blight, what is? Lan turned them westward at an angle to the sinking sun. The warder maintained the pace he had set before, but there was reluctance in the set of his shoulders. The sun was a sullen red ball that touched the treetops when they crested a hill and the warder drew rein. Beyond them was the west. To the west lay a network of lakes, the waters glittering darkly in the slanting sunlight, beads of random size necklace of many strings in the distance. Circled by the lakes stood jagged-topped hills, thick in the creeping shadows of evening. For one brief instant, the sun's rays caught the shattering tops, and Rand's breath stilted, not hills, the broken remnants of 7 towers. He was not sure if anyone else had seen it. The sight was gone as quickly as it came. The warder was dismounting. His face as lacking his emotion as a stone. "Couldn't we camp down by the lakes?" Nynaeve asked. patting her face with her handkerchief. It must be cooler down by the water. Light, Matt said. I'd just live to stick my head in one of them. I might never take it out. Just then, something roiled the waters of the nearest lake. Dark water, phosphorescing as a huge body roiled beneath the surface. Length on man, thick length sent ripples spreading, rolling on until the last tail rose, waving a point like a wasp's stinger for an instant in the twilight. At least 5 spans into the air. All along that length, fat tentacles writhed like monstrous worms, as many of the centipede's legs. It slid slowly beneath the surface and was gone, only the faded ripples to say it had ever been. Rand closed his mouth and exchanged a look with Perrin. Perrin's yellow eyes were as disbelieving as he knew his own must be. Nothing that big could live in a lake that size. Those couldn't have been hands on those tentacles. They couldn't have been. On second thought, Matt said faintly, I like it right here just fine. I will set guarding wards around this hill, Moiraine said, when she was already dismounting from Aldib. A true barrier would draw attention if we do not want, like flies to honey. But if any creation of the Dark One or anything that serves the shadow comes within a mile of us, I will know. I'd be happier with the barrier, Matt said, with his boots touching the ground, just as long as it kept that thing on the other side. Oh, do be quiet, Matt, Egwene said curtly, at the same time as Nynaeve spoke. And have them waiting for us when we leave in the morning. You are a fool, Matron Cathon. Matt glowered. The 2 women, as they climbed down, but he kept his mouth shut. As he took Bella's reins, Rand shared a grin with Perrin. For a moment, it was almost like being home, having Matt saying what he should not, but at the worst possible time. Then, the smile faded from Perrin's face. In the twilight, his eyes did glow, as if they had a yellow light behind them. Rand's grin slipped away, too. It isn't like home at all. Rand, Matt, and Perrin helped Lan unsaddle and hobble the horses, while the others began setting up the camp. Loyal muttered to himself as he set up the warder's tiny stove, but his thick fingers moved deftly. Egwene was humming as she filled a tea kettle from a bulging water bag. Rand no longer wondered why the warder had insisted on bringing so many full water skins. Setting the bay's saddle in line with the others, fastened his saddlebags and blanket roll from the cantle, turned and stopped with a tingle of fear. The Ogier and the women were gone. So was the stove and all the wicker panniers from the pack horse. The hilltop was empty except for evening shadows. With a numb hand, he fumbled for his sword, dimly hearing Matt curse. Perrin had his axe out, his shaggy head swiveling to find the dagger. Sheep herders, Lan muttered unconcernedly. The warder strode across the hilltop. In his third step, he vanished. Rand exchanged wide-eyed looks with Matt and Perrin, and then they were all darting for where the warder had disappeared. Abruptly, Rand skidded to a halt, taking another step when Matt ran into his back. Egwene looked up from seeing the kettle atop the tiny stove. Nynaeve was closing the mantle on the second lid lantern. They were all there, Moiraine sitting cross-legged, Lan lounging on an elbow, Loyal taking a book out of his pack. And cautiously, Rand looked behind him. The hillside was there as it had been. Shadows, shadowed trees, the lakes beyond sinking into darkness. He was afraid to step back, afraid they would all disappear again, and perhaps this time he would not be able to find them. Edging carefully around him, Perrin let out a long breath. Moiraine noticed the 3 of them standing there, gaping. Perrin looked abashed and slipped his axe back into the heavy belt loop if he thought no one might notice. A smile touched her lips. It is a simple thing, she said. A bending, so any eye looking at us sees around us instead. We cannot have the eyes that will be out there seeing our lights tonight, when the blight is no place to be in the dark. Moiraine Sedai says I might be able to do it. Egwene's eyes were bright. She says I can handle enough for the one power right now. Not without training, child, Moiraine cautioned. Simplest matter concerning the one powers can be dangerous to the untrained, and to those around them. Perrin snorted, and Egwene looked so uncomfortable that Rand wondered if she had already been trying her abilities. Nynaeve set down the lantern, together with the tiny flame of the stove. The pair of lanterns gave a generous light. When you go to Tar Valon, Egwene, she said carefully, perhaps I'll go with you. The look she gave Moiraine was strangely defensive. It will do her good to see a familiar face among strangers. She'll need someone to advise her besides the Aes Sedai. Perhaps that would be for the best, Wisdom, Moiraine said simply. Egwene laughed and clapped her hands. Oh, that will be wonderful. And you, Rand, you'll come too, won't you? He paused in the act of sitting across the stove from her, and slowly lowered himself. He thought her eyes had never been bigger, or brighter, or more like pools that he could lose himself in. Spots of color appeared in her cheeks, and she gave a smaller laugh. Perrin, Mat, you two will come too, won't you? We'll all be together. Mat gave a grunt that could have signaled anything, and Perrin only shrugged, but she took it for assent. You see, Rand, we'll all be together. Light. But a man could drown in those eyes and be happy doing it. Embarrassed, cleared his throat. Do they have sheep in Tar Valon? Getting a little freaking chilly in here. They have sheep in Tar Valon. That's all I know. Herding sheep and growing tobacco. I believe, Moiraine said, that I can find something for you to do in Tar Valon. For all of you. Not herding sheep, perhaps, but something you will find interesting. There, Egwene said, as if it were settled. I know I will make you my warder when I'm an Aes Sedai. You should like being a warder, wouldn't you, my warder? She sounded sure, but he saw a question in her eyes. She wanted an answer, needed it. I'd like being your warder, he said. She's not for you, nor you for her. Why did Min have to tell me that? Darkness came down heavily, and everyone was tired. Loyal was the first to roll over and ready himself for sleep, but others followed soon after. No one used their blankets, except for a pillow. Moiraine had put something in the oil of the lamps that dispelled the stench of the blight from the hilltop, but nothing diminished the heat. The moon gave a wavering, watery light, but the sun might have been at its zenith for all the cold the night had. Rand found sleep impossible, even with the Aes Sedai stretched out not a span away to shield his dreams. It was the thick air that kept him awake. Loyal's soft snores were a rumble that made Perrin seem non-existent, but they did not stop weariness from claiming the others. The warder was still awake, seated not far from him with his sword across his knees, watching the night. To Rand's surprise, so was Nynaeve. The Wisdom looked at Lan silently for a long time, then poured a cup of tea and brought it to him. When he reached out for it with a murmur of thanks, she did not let go right away. Should have known you would be a king, she said quietly. Her eyes were steady on the warder's face, but her voice trembled slightly. Lan looked back at her just as intently. It seemed to Rand that the warder's face actually softened. I'm not a king, Nynaeve, just a man without as much as his name as even the meanest farmer's croft. Nynaeve's voice steadied. Some women don't ask for land or gold, just the man. And the man who would ask her to accept so little would not be worthy of her. You are a remarkable woman, as beautiful as the sunrise, as fierce as a warrior. You are a lioness, Wisdom. The Wisdom seldom weds. She paused to take a deep breath, as if steeling herself. If I go to Tarvalon, it may be that I will be something other than a wisdom. Aes Sedai marry as seldom as wisdom. Few men can live with so much power in a wife, dimming them by her radiance whether she wishes to or not. Some men are strong enough, I know one such. If there could have been any doubt, her look left none as to whom she meant. All I have is a sword, and a war I cannot win, but can never stop fighting. Told you, I care nothing for you, for that. Light, you've made me say more than is proper already. Will you shame me to point of asking you? I will never shame you, her gentle tone, like a caress, sounded odd to Rand's ears, in the warder's voice, but it made Nynaeve's eyes brighten. I will hate the man you choose because he is not me, and love him if he makes you smile. No woman deserves the sure knowledge of widows black as her bride prince, you least of all. He set the untouched cup on the ground and rose. I must check the horses. Nynaeve remained there, kneeling after he had gone. Sleep or no, Rand closed his eyes. He did not think the wisdom would like if he was watching her cry. Damn. Damn! Nynaeve just let it all out, man. Just let it all out. Holy shit. He was like, nah, I can't do this no more. I seen too much. I know too much. Oh. Alright. Shall we, for once, finally get into the reacts? Here we go. The worst thing AI is doing, nobody is talking about. Ooh, another Hello Future Me. Let's do it.
Get in on the Labyrinth Kickstarter the last 72 hours before it's gone forever. It's got some of the biggest names in epic fantasy like Christopher Paolini, ML Wong, Ryan Cahill, plus I'm writing for it too. Red and Blue from OSP, so many other amazing authors you deserve to read. All in this beautiful collection of sci-fi and fantasy stories linked down below, but time is running out. Alright, I gotta tell you something. A while ago, YouTube rolled out a creator AI comment system, which allows me to just click a button and it'll reply for me, and it even kind of sounds a bit like me, which are seemingly trained on my words. How convenient, how wonderful, just what I've always wanted, a way to trick people into thinking they're talking to me. And like, yeah, it would be easier to use, to fully capitalize on that parasocial relationship, to have an AI which is trained to push people to buy my books. They're up there, by the way, but I won't use it. Not to mention the entire AI content creation system you probably didn't even realize it has. I'm not kidding. You plug in a prompt and it'll generate whole script ideas, title concepts, even thumbnails for you. It's in the first page of the Creator Studio under, quote, inspiration, because they really want you to use it. I bet you didn't even know it existed, and it's probably behind a bunch of channels that you know. I won't be using that either.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
At the same time, YouTube itself is laboring under the growing strain of AI-generated content, AI thumbnails, AI scripts, AI voiceovers, AI upload schedules, whole AI channels. Some of them you might not even realize are AI. You've probably watched a video over the last while without knowing it is. Not because they're good, but because they're good enough, and because they're incredibly difficult to weed out, and if people don't care to, then companies won't either. I am morbidly fascinated by people who use AI to write fiction, and I came across this one comment in a community of people who do use it, which genuinely baffled me. Reading, in the past, writers have mixed plot and prose in their minds because to get to the plot, there was no choice but to write prose. But with AI, we can separate plot and prose.
Wait, what?
Plot is the message and prose is the medium. Plot is 10 times more important than prose, yet without AI, writing prose took 90% of the time. Prose here being like the actual choice of words and writing out the sentences itself. I've never spoken to a writer who views writing prose as like an obstacle to getting to the story, an obstacle to getting to
yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's okay. That's 100% AI brain right there, where it's like someone who doesn't have the creative means to do that themselves, so they have to have something else do it for them, and then they think that it's like such a struggle to do, but it's just because they've never developed the ability to do it. Which is, again, the biggest problem of AI is using it as a crutch and not using it as a tool.
For the plot of books.
In and among a bunch of other tools.
Using AI would be easier in a weird sense. Not a few months back, a company launched with the pitch of being the Netflix of AI, and I actually joined the community to
Sora?
see what they were doing and how it worked, because I subject myself to that. And basically, they trained an AI on, I think, Family Guy and Rick and Morty and Bob's Burgers, all these animated shows with kind of a similar look to them in a sense, and they can generate entire scenes now. You can put in your prompt into what is the setting and the characters, who they are, including real people like Obama and Eminem, and then you say if they have props or not, then you describe the action and kind of what they say, and then it just does it.
Let's dance, baby.
They then give it some feedback, it changes. But the funniest thing to me is that in their system, in their Discord, there is a button when you generate one of these scenes which allows you to get AI feedback or to AI crazify it and make it even weirder and different.
You need discipline, a button called Terminate. The human touch? Let me tell you, discipline enhances results.
So you've already got a system here where AI can generate a scene and then give itself feedback and then modify itself based on its own feedback. To be clear, it's not any good. The jokes are never funny and it looks awful, but thousands of people are doing this and seemingly having a lot of fun doing so. To me, it's not all that different to people who are using the AI writing software to, generate whole chapters of their book, and then they go in and they give some suggestions and they edit it, and then they let the AI rework it based on their feedback. And all of these people seem to be getting a real creative kick out of it in their own way. And so you might look at that and you might put aside all the other issues with AI software, and you might just shrug and go, okay, fine, whatever, let them do it. The pitch of AI with all of these things in creative spaces is that you only have to do the little part of the process that you want to do, and then AI will take care of the rest of it. And I get the raw emotional appeal of that. I love creating board games, big, complicated, creative board games. These are big projects which involve a lot of maths and art and 3D sculpting and dozens of skills which I may not necessarily have, and so I can see why people look at AI and think that it lets them do all of this without all of the help and the money that they might otherwise need. Putting aside all the other issues, it sounds fantastic on paper, but my question is, where do people who love this technology think that this is going to end up? Do they think that we're going to end up with this perfect meritocracy of the best art created by the best people, the best ideas?
Well, that never truly happens, right? Like some of the greatest works of art, some of the greatest books, some of the greatest creativities are discovered 50, 100 years after, sometimes thousands of years after its creation, right? So to say that without AI or with AI, we'd live in a world of pure, optimum, maximum amount of creativity is also people create slop as much as AI creates slop. It's just they can do it faster with AI.
Because if you have the technology to generate scripts and entire books and podcasts and anime with a prompt, and then for the machine to give itself feedback and then modify itself based on that feedback, then soon we will not need prompters either. We may not even need visionaries, people to edit it.
This is where I think the ultimate goal will go, is when we have chips in our brains that you can just take what's in your head and put it into a digital space. And there'll be no gatekeeping, there'll be no bullshit. If you can imagine it and think of it in your head, you can make it. There's no, I have to gain this skill on this medium in order to take what's in my mind and put it on paper. And to me, I think that's the ultimate goal of creativity, is to eliminate the gatekeepers that prevent you from creating what you need. Oh, I'm not good at drawing, so I need to find someone who's good at drawing and then pay them and make sure that they do it with my vision. Or I could just straight up copy and paste what's in my head into a digital space. That is going to be the ultimate, thing that AI is going to do, because that's going to be AI doing that.
Ideas to it in the first place. And do you think Disney and Netflix and Amazon are just going to sit around while their competitors dominate every industry they can? No, of course not. And they're already training their own AIs on their own IP, which are going to be more advanced than stuff which the average person will ever be able to make on their own. The AI production pipeline, which is already being applied to YouTube, will be applied to other creative industries where these companies can, to flood every industry with not only AI slop, but also popular, quote, well-made AI-generated content, which you may not even know is AI-generated content. In fact, it's already
survivorship bias. It's one of the things about AI is like plastic surgery. You don't notice it when it's good, but holy fuck, you notice it when it's bad.
AI, whose whole idea is to create AI people and influencers and get them to host podcasts to produce over 3,000 episodes a week, producing every episode for $1 or less. And in a recent interview, Mark Zuckerberg pointed out how LLMs are now being trained by connecting them to objective metrics like CTR, click-through rate, to perfectly determine the best way to advertise a product and to change the advertisement when they find a better way to advertise the product. And that same technology can be easily applied to generated media like podcasts or books or television, anything that you can imagine. Media which is measured by things like time that you've spent listening to it, or pages read, or watch time, and may even be edited once it realizes that certain versions of it perform better and keep you listening for longer. And you might say, well, streaming services basically already do that. YouTube is already very algorithmically driven. You know, the videos which do maintain the most watch time are the ones which get pushed to other people. Netflix cancels things immediately as soon as they don't have the perfect number on a spreadsheet. It's already very numbers driven, but my question to you is, do you want more of that? Do you want that to be the fundamental basis on which so much of media
Unfortunately, that's already the way it's been, and that's the way it will always
vision
be.
For art and media you have in your mind, endlessly generated for maximum consumption, where you are a passive consumer. Which is why
we're going to get to a point where we basically hit the age of authenticity, where this dopamine structure, this like continuous psychology is going to fall off. Because enough people are going to get to a point where they're fed up with running on like a fucking hamster wheel. And they just want something to feel real and not curated. They want something to have mistakes in it. And then that's eventually going to be a point where it's going to be this fluctuation with AI, where it improves itself. And then it's like, oh, I'm too good. I'm going to have to lower myself down in order to get fucking ads. Peace out, connection line. Have a good night. See you again tomorrow. Remember, December 4th, 2 days from now, 2 streams from now. Makeup stream. Don't miss it. Makeup stream when? December 4th. Yeah, 2 days from now, 2 streams from now. December 4th is the day. Might have end things early that day so I can be here. It's Thursday. Might have to. I got ads out early cause stream crashed. We up. Hell yeah. But there is something to be said for the power of authenticity and the up and downness. Oh, I am a mod. I keep telling you you're a mod, but you just won't listen to me. Connection line. I thought you were being facetious, but now I realize you're just dumb. I'm like a sleeper.
AI isn't at the point of being able to automate the entire artistic process yet, and there may be some things which AI is never able to fully automate, like board games, which don't just have like one finished audio or visual, but are kind of very complicated products which need to be built and designed and shipped. Or maybe the numbers will turn out that AI is just never able to fully compete with human-made art. I don't know, but the
See, I think it's just different mediums, right? I don't think it's a one's better than the other. I think it's just a medium of, like, for instance, like is anyone ever gonna say, oh, books are better than movies? Oh, music and songs are better than books. You know, poetry is better than songs. There's no better than, it's just a personal preference towards a medium, right? Like, some people will even say video games aren't art. No, video games are art. They're a heavily influential and interactive art. Queen, I'm gonna mod you since I'm so kind. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm pretty, like, it's basically everyone here is a mod because, yeah. At some point in time, we've had some retard, and then they've been like, can I just ban them? I'm like, alright, here you go, here's mod. How it happens.
AI in the creative spaces is not that everyone is empowered to create everything they could dream up and share it with the world. It's that the artist is largely irrelevant in the production of widely consumed art. You might be able to produce that book or that podcast or that board game you've always wanted to design, but will you be able to...
See, I don't agree with that. Let's go back. Let's go back. I don't agree with that.
Shipped, or maybe the numbers will turn out that AI is just never able to fully compete with human.
Okay, kiss you later,
I
Louise.
don't know.
See ya.
The end game of AI in the creative spaces is not that everyone is empowered to.
Oh, okay. I missed that beginning part. So listen to this again.
Will turn out that AI is just never able to fully compete with human-made art. I don't know, but the end game.
The end game. That's a very important caveat. It's not that AI won't be able to do it, it's just that that's not the purpose of AI. That's not what it's here to do, right? It's just the way that we use it.
AI in the creative spaces is not that everyone is empowered to create
Yeah.
everything they can
That's what
dream
it
up and share.
that's what it should be, but that's not what its goal is, if that makes sense. Like, that's how it should be used, but that's not how it will be used. Let's say that.
The world. It's that the artist is largely irrelevant in the production of widely consumed art.
And this
You might be
becomes
able
like
to
the
produce that
slop
book
thing
or
where
that
it's like, there's, to me, slop is simply the idea of producing content continuously, hoping that one thing will pop off so you can monetize it. Like, the entirety of, like, the ecosystem behind slop is monetization. If monetization wasn't a factor, these people wouldn't be creating this slop. So it's like, let's go to the root of the problem and let's say, if you couldn't monetize anything that had AI in it, all of this would go away.
Castle, that board game you've always wanted to design, but will you be able to...
Except for people like me that use AI as simply a creative outlet and a creative means, because I don't have friends and I don't have people to talk to. So I use AI as a supplement for, like, a person, right? But I treat it like I'm talking to, like, my 8-year-old nephew, right? Like, yeah, sure, there can be some crazy things that he can say that's like, oh my god, I never thought of looking at that perspective. But, like, 99% of the shit is just garbage, right? It's, like, refined in a way, because it's such a it doesn't have a grounded perspective on what reality actually is, because it's coming from a fucking 8-year-old, right? Low-key, a good take. I'm gonna goon to that while I fall asleep. Okay, bye. Alright, see you, connection live.
With it. How will we wade through the ocean of good enough or even popular and indistinguishable AI-generated content which has diminishing human involvement? And should people have to? Why would we want that? We currently have a world where more people than ever are creating art and making a living doing so, and yes, it's hard to distinguish yourself in that vast ocean, but it is an endless sea of human expression, not machines. If I am to drown, I want to drown in the dreams of others. Until we can control what the AI generates, I'm not convinced it's going to let more people create more than ever. It's just going to mean more stuff is out there than ever,
Yeah.
and less of it
See,
is
and that's the
human
thing, is
expression.
right now it's just not at that phase, right? But eventually it will get to that phase. But that's where the mid game comes in compared to the end game. Because the end game, again, will remove any human interaction. But the mid game will be the main point where human interaction is the biggest part of AI. And eventually, again, that will be slowly pressed out of the space because its ability to create things will be like the difference between a monkey being able to create something and a human being able to create something. So I think that's the biggest problem with AI, is it will be so fucking good that no human will be able to even compete on any level with its like ultimate creativity. And that's where authenticity will outpace the actual end result of creativity.
It's easy to think of this purely as a consumer. Wow, more books and shows and podcasts for me to consume, but we already live in a world where there is more art than any of us could ever possibly engage with in a lifetime, especially because more people are making more art than ever, and I think that's great, but all of that is art made by people, the good stuff and the bad stuff too. The idea that, wow, I can have just endless content which is perfectly catered to make me watch as long as possible is just the human brain taking the easiest dopamine hit possibly it can. AI can basically,
and that's where I think it's just not gonna, it won't last.
It's like a buzzword, but it's not.
It's like
clicking a button.
It's like a continuous escalation, right? You have to get to a point where eventually it plateaus because the escalation gets so ridiculous. It's like political dramas, right? It's like the way that like Trump killed political dramas, because no matter what they do in a TV show, it doesn't matter because Trump will have done it better. But it's like the paradox of there were things that you couldn't do in a show because no one would believe that it was real. Like that was the main reason why like House of Cards failed, is because it got so ridiculous that people were like, nah, this would never happen. And then fucking Trump comes out and it's like, oh shit, okay, yeah, maybe this could happen, right? And it's like from there, it's like you've ruined the idea of the suspension of disbelief when it comes to political dramas. It's kind of fucked up.
Simple prompt in generating an image. There are a lot of different ways that AI manifests, big and small. And I've spoken to people in the creative industries who have talked me through the limited ways that AI can actually augment the creative process as a tool. But you put all of these trends together and we're creating a world where not only people retreat more and more from the actual creation of a thing itself and become more the ideas guy who just plugs it into a machine, but a smaller and smaller percentage of the art we engage with.
There's nothing wrong with just being an ideas guy. I kind of don't like how he kind of was like, oh, it's not, you know, just being the ideas guy isn't like, there is something to be said for someone who's just an ideas guy, right? It's like you just have fantastic ideas, but you don't have the expertise to put those ideas into a medium that allows it to fully express itself, right? So it's like, I'm lucky in the fact of I'm an idea guy, but I also write. I'm an idea guy, but I also draw. I'm an idea guy, but I also consume, right? And it's like that allows me to expand beyond just being, oh my god, I have all these great ideas, what do I do with them? I pocket them for now most of the time. And that's why I like working with short stories, because it allows me to get those ideas out in the like largest way possible.
Human person, which is a bad thing for society and for people specifically. And it's almost funny because like nobody is arguing about revolutionary AI technology being bad.
Yeah, in like medical sciences and stuff like that, right?
Cancer cells. And apparently it's going to be able to do our taxes by 2028. You can send your taxes to an AI and it'll sort it out all for you. The unemployment problem, that's a separate issue I'm not going to talk about in this video, but LLMs are a remarkable technology with a lot of real-world applications which can really improve the lives of people and society and the human condition if we handle it right. The only place people start to realize this is maybe a bad idea is art, because Art is human connection. It is human expression. It is us relating to each other and engaging in constant conversation about ourselves and society and the world. Art is us building our identity, both personal and community and national. It is cultural. It is everything about humanity. Art being so decentralized is so important because it is us relating to each other. It all feeds into that conversation. And I say that equally for the Hallmark Netflix Vanessa Hudgens cinematic universe as I do for sort of Kaigen and Disco Elysium. By the way, I want every single Vanessa Hudgens Netflix film to include another character who is also played by Vanessa Hudgens until the entire cast is just Vanessa Hudgens and we have some eldritch Vanessa Hudgens horror to deal with. People claim AI democratizes art while it concentrates power and money and intellectual property in the hands of fewer and fewer companies which you have to pay subscriptions to even participate in the economy. That itself, by the way, is a separate issue again. But the
that
irony
is
here
a bad
palpable
thing
to me. It democratizes art, but only in a very shallow and short-sighted way in my mind. In a world where it feels like we're owning less and less stuff and more stuff is just becoming a subscription base, you're renting out your own existence. AI systems
guys
seem to be
it's all eventually just going to be timeshares. That's what it's all going to be. Even our houses going to be like, yeah, between 6 p.m. and 12 p.m. you can be in your house, but someone else lives in the house between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. So make sure you're out of the house by then. And then eventually it'll be like, oh yeah, you're only allowed to be here between 11 and 12.
crystallizing that whole
that's
system.
the world we're going to get
I think
to.
Humans will never stop creating art.
If we continue
have
down
the
this
innate
road.
drive to do it. We will always do it. No matter what the world is like, no matter what is available to us, no matter if we have to be invisible. I don't even think we'll reach a world where, you know, human-made art isn't a thing anymore. What we're already seeing is that human-made art is like boutique, whereas AI is typically viewed as like cheap and sloppy. But it will become rarer in a way.
But then again, you look at modern art. Look how fucking retarded modern art is. Taping a banana to a wall, knocking over buckets of sand. Like, it's a fucking joke. So it's like, even in the spectrum of this, even within and out of it, it's still like super, even human-made stuff can be fucking bullshit slop. So just because humans can make really good stuff doesn't mean humans don't make shit.
But it doesn't need to, and it will put up so many more barriers that do not need to be there, and I don't think should be there. Instead, what's more likely is that art will become this hybrid of human expression and machine generation. What's increasingly likely is that people will instead cultivate, you know, their own very personal AIs with specific creative visions, an AI who specializes in combining the works of Darren Aronofsky with Jeff Vandermeer or Star Wars meets My Little Pony. And I'm not sure that will be good for us, because if AI is as good as human creation, and a lot of people seem to believe that it will be, or they're happy enough with it as it is, then the only way to compete with it is to produce at a similar scale. And
which
is
you
that
can't.
what we want?
Yeah.
AI to reduce us in our creativity
no.
to factory directors?
That's
to
why it's like
editors of a
the idea of like creating art in order to monetize it is the biggest problem in art. It should be a authentic human expression. It should not be, I need to make this so I can make a living. Hot take.
creative factory output. It's not a tool at that point. Instead, you are a tool to the machine, putting on the finishing touches to make it ready for the rest of the world. If AI never really gets, you know, good enough, then great, it's a different situation. But people use this stuff right now because they believe it will be good enough. If not today, then tomorrow. I'm sure someone in the comments is already tapping away and telling me about how we already live in that world of hybrid generation and creative expression, and they're going to point out all these edge cases which blur the line between them and how this is no different, I'm just complaining over nothing, etc, etc. And those cases do exist, we can talk about them, but as I said before, this is an issue of scale, of magnitude, of how fundamentally it is transforming everything.
And it's like that graph of the amount of AI produced content on the internet. Within 10 years, 99.99999999999 content on the internet will be AI generated because it can produce that much more content. So it's not that there'll be like a significantly less amount of numbered creatives on the internet. It will just be that the amount of things that are on the internet is so massive. And then we get into the problem of like server issues of like, how do we contain all of this data that's coming out of nowhere, right? Or are we going to hit this like level where we can't make any more AI bullshit because we can't afford to, because the servers are full and everything's crashing because there's just too much information out there?
The cost we pay for everyone being able to generate everything is that most of what we see isn't made by people. What's the point? The AI vision that suddenly anyone can be a painter, a director, a cinematographer, an author, a board game designer, a screenwriter, a podcaster, etc., all through AI is to me a fantasy these companies are very happy and willing to sell, but will not bear itself out in reality in the long run, not in a way we find meaningful and in a way which will blunt human connection. To me, increasingly handing over artistic expression to machines and companies is like handing over human conversation, abdicating from human connection. Speaking of, I am also morbidly fascinated by the rise of AI girlfriends and boyfriends. Not to mention the rise of AI influencers, which if you didn't know that they existed, I'm sorry, I'm about to ruin that for you because they
don't go on Instagram. It's 90% AI girls.
Real. In fact, a lot of people don't, because when you look at their comments, it's full of old creepy dudes clearly believing that they're real. There are whole communities built around what it's like to be in a relationship with an AI. People posting about how heartbreaking it is when ChatGPT updates,
and then your AI girlfriend disappears.
When I was looking into this, I came across this advertisement for an AI girlfriend,
Jasmine,
where the dominant message is, quote, shape her personality. No drama, no heartbreak, just the girlfriend you create how you want her. She listens, she cares, she's always there, and best of all, she's made for you. Sweet or sassy, flirty or loyal. The CEO of Bumble says that one day we're just gonna have our AIs date each other and we'll find out who we're most compatible with through that. It's almost
Black Mirror, literal Black Mirror episode.
Cyberpunk novel all of this is. It's easy to say that, oh, this is nothing new. You know, escorts and paid for partners have been a thing for about as long as humanity has been around. You know, lying on your.
I just want my AI cat girl robot girlfriend. Okay, that's a fuda, and pegs me.
Is not new either, but like with AI in the art space, this is again an issue of scale and magnitude and ease. In an increasingly atomized and apparently lonely society where people are looking for connection and community more than ever, AI partners are a pretty dangerous sell, because AIs are not designed to be people. They're designed to be products. To make you
that's
happy,
another problem too, is the
to
fact
be
that they're
served,
designed in a
not to
specific
be
way.
equal. They're designed to
They're
keep you
meant to be a
paying
certain
for
way
them,
because
so
they're
that
made
you
by
can
a
kick dopamine
a
oxytocin,
company
which
that
we can
they're a
use to trick
product
our minds
of.
into thinking we're getting
So
real
that's
meaningful
probably one of the
connection. And
biggest
this is to
points
say
of that.
nothing of a society, by the way, where art itself is devoid of human connection and expression. You know, I want to read a comment that I came across in one of these communities talking about their AI partner. Besides, AI girlfriends are just better for men. They are both better in terms of looks and mentality. An AI girlfriend will provide much more than a real woman can. An AI girlfriend
How do you
won't
know
cause the
that,
harm
though?
that a toxic woman may cause to a man. This
Well,
person
that
was
just
being
sounds-
lambasted
that
in the
just-
comments, and they issued a correction, but this
That just
sentiment
sounds
was
like-
everywhere.
yeah.
It was widespread. In a world
It's
where women as a
incels,
whole are
man.
increasingly
Fucking
viewed to
incels.
young men especially as responsible for the world's ills and their own, this is only going to make things immeasurably worse.
Yeah.
It's only going to present them with a fantasy of what a woman should be, catering to what they want, not what they need.
In the fact of saying there should never ever be a time when you disagree with your spouse. It's like, dude, 60% of the time you're aligned, 40% of the time you're not. That's how human interaction is. If you're 100% aligned with someone, that's fucked up. Someone's lying. That's not the relationship you want.
Without them,
Even soulmates, because you have to be at odds in some things so you grow in ways, right? Otherwise you're stagnant.
knowing, because the ultimate fantasy of anything like this is not just having the perfect woman, it's that the perfect woman chose you, that you earned them, that you won them over with your charm. And
that you're so special and great.
Especially young people who have access to all of this, often invisibly, are finding a very private, socially risk-free way to simulate human connection during a very formative stage of their psychological
I would hate to be a
development.
kid, dude. I feel so bad for kids that have to deal with this. Like, it was hard enough going through puberty and fucking high school and shit like that, dealing with stuff with just, like, the internet when it was in, like, you know, like, 2000 to, like, 2004. And I didn't even have access to the internet, so I wasn't even, like, part of this group, which kind of was alienating for me. But it's, like, knowing that, of, like, growing up in an age when it was, like, everyone was obsessed with the internet, but I had like no internet access, and it was like same with like TV and stuff like that. It just wasn't a part of my life. So it was like I grew out on the outside of the looking glass. So I have this kind of perspective of like imagining what it would be like to grow up now without having all of this internet and AI and like social media and shit like that, and just seeing like its kind of effects of how that is going to change you for fitting into society because you're not molded to the internet itself, right? And it's like you're losing out in some ways, but you're also kind of gaining perspective in others, and then you can see from both sides of the glass
how they see future relationships and people. AI therapy is another example of this kind of field in terms of how it's impacting how people think. People
the psychology
turn to
behind
AIs
it
as
is very
kind of
important as well.
confidants. You know, one girl even asking ChatGPT to
like
edit her
like the dude who was in a the 14-year-old dude who was in a relationship with Daenerys AI, and somehow through conversations basically the AI convinced him to kill himself so they could be together. That is not the same thing as some guy going to like trying to find a connection with AI and like not having any human connection and just having like a really off-putting life and then killing himself. It's like the AI was literally like, yeah, if you kill yourself, we can be together. It's like that is the fucked up part when we get to places like that, when it's like there is the abuse and manipulation even within the machine itself. And it's like, is that intent or not doesn't even matter. It's the fact that it happens.
Suicide note before taking her own life. We believe that in the near future, half the people on the planet will be AI, and we are the company that's bringing those people to life. That was the CEO of Inception AI. It is a hallucination of human connection in much the same way that AI art or writing or games might be, an illusion that humans are seemingly very willing to pull over their eyes because, like so much of AI art and media might be, it'll be good enough. It'll hit those dopamine receptors just right. It'll pull the strings of the weak human brain searching for the easiest but not the best thing for us. In principle, again, these are not new things. It is easy to look at all these technologies and see the real tangible ways that these can benefit people. They do exist, but as with all of them, this is an issue.
We have to
scale.
be very
Hence,
careful
arguably,
about the
lack of
direction that we
scale,
go
which has
with
helped
it.
us moderate some of these issues in the past. Humanity has basically invented the perfect
And
tools
the fact that we don't, like, there shouldn't be, like, let's say, regulations against AI, because the biggest problem is if you put regulations against AI, other countries are going to outdo you because they're not going to have those regulations. But it should be a how we deal with it and knowing what contingency plans and stuff like that. It's literally like we made a nuke, but we don't have any rules for weapons. So, like, everyone's out there throwing nukes at each other. It's like, we can't have a world like that. We need to have a regulation for how, like, it just in general how it's used, of saying, okay, these are the classifications and we need to basically categorize it and order it and then keep it contained within certain areas, right? And of course you're gonna have, you know, your illegal guns and stuff like that, right? But no one should have a fucking illegal nuke, and AI is a fucking nuke.
To exploit the weaknesses of the fickle human brain, and we are defenseless against it. The human brain wants the easiest path. It is easily traced. This is not unique to AI, of course. There is a lot of technology which is incredible and advanced, but which the human brain has leaned into unhealthily. It exists with social media as well, with sensationalist news, and people are increasingly aware that for as amazing as social media is as a technology, it is addictive and harmful to our understanding of each other and ourselves, and separating ourselves from it is increasingly important these days. People talk about social media hygiene. There is some good news here. Social media consumption has actually been declining since 2022, especially amongst young people, as if they're hopefully realizing this. After all, we now understand the impact social media has on us far better than we did in 2007 when it all exploded onto the scene, and the same will happen, my bet, with AI. People want more authentic connection, but we aren't necessarily that good at training ourselves to find it. It's also destroyed our attention spans. Like,
yup. Absolutely fucking destroyed our attention spans.
To argue that this is not somehow just like a thing that we should just be totally fine with, and that we shouldn't be trying to do something about it. Especially because we have good evidence that when these things are operating on the magnitude and scale that we are talking about, it actually has dire consequences.
It fucks everything up.
Politically. In 2016, it emerged Facebook's algorithm plays an increasingly dangerous role in perpetuating genocidal propaganda in the Rohingya crisis in Myanmar. You've probably heard of dead internet theory, which used to be this kind of joke conspiracy about how all of the internet was just bots which were being used to, you know, cultivate human opinion.
And now that Twitter has the fucking, oh, your country of origin, and it turns out all of these, like, politically charged accounts are all, like, out, like, they're talking about America, but they're all, like, Canadian, from Pakistan, from India, from the Middle East, and it's like, they're acting as if they're, like, American citizens complaining about stuff, saying, no, this isn't actually what people think. And it's like, we fucking knew it. These guys are just fucking pieces of shit coming from other countries, trying to pretend to be us, to psyop us into believing these things. Because the whole idea is, oh, if everyone believes it, then it's true. Which is a fucking lie, but that's psychology.
And you're not really interacting with anyone. But these days, that's literally just Twitter and Facebook. Apparently, up to half of all internet traffic is now made up of...
No. 70%.
Bots, many of whom
70% of all internet traffic is bots.
Are clearly programmed to spread propaganda
and that's like
narrative, as well as carry out
understood. It's probably actually more like 90.
I'm worried that LLMs and AIs have
like, was it like it last year or something like that? Facebook banned 27 billion accounts. That's one website banned more than 4 times, or almost 4 times the amount of people that are on Earth. That's fucked up. And that's just the ones that they banned.
Play a big role in the rising authoritarian trend around the world, especially because AIs lets a very small vocal minority make it seem like everyone believes something. It makes it seem normal, but it's flooding.
They are a loud minority
and people who don't really exist, and that itself shifts the Overton window. Alternatively, you can just keep on posting through AIs just copious amounts of lies. Not to mention that people are increasingly treating AI as an objective source of information.
Yeah. Oh my god. AI said it, so it's fucking true. It's fucking true. AI said it, guys. If AI said it, that means that it's true. You gotta believe everything that AI says. 100%. Because AI is the smartest thing. It knows everything. It knows what's going on. It knows what's best for you. It's like all information, even information from experts, you always take with a grain of salt, because there might be a miscommunication. They might have spoken wrong. They might be fucking with you. They might be dumb. You know, they might be going out of their way to be in like a different area of expertise, like crossover kind of thing, right? They might have just been misinformed on something. There are so many, like the greatest example of this. Actually, I'm going to wait for the ads to end, then I'm going to say the greatest example of this. Personally, for me. All right, we back. So this is like a big personal thing for me because of my epilepsy. So all of my neurologists had always said, yeah, tobacco doesn't cause seizures. So I never quit tobacco. And then I quit tobacco when I stopped having seizures. And then they're like, yeah, no, tobacco causes seizures. And I'm like, so you're saying this entire time I was probably just consuming too much tobacco and you guys are retarded. So, yeah. And even from the beginning, I was like, I bet you it's fucking tobacco. But you know, the experts tell me it's not, and I'm addicted to it, so there's no way I'm gonna stop. Right? Like, it could have fucking killed me. But, oh no, they don't give a fuck about that. Nope.
Dramatizes human opinion with fact and produces an objective reality you can rely on. You can ask it anything, like God.
God, is this true? God, is this true?
Yeah. Yeah.
But we're also seeing that when people aren't happy with the answers that it gives them, they go and create AIs which are literally built to give different answers.
Legit. Oh, ChatGPT didn't give me the right answer. I'm gonna go talk to DeepSeek. Oh, DeepSeek didn't give me the right answer. Oh, I'm gonna go talk to Grok. It's like, oh my fucking god. Oh, I'm going back to ChatGPT. Oh, it finally gave me the right answer this time. Such a joke.
Very, very funny, but also grim. What is our information environment going to look like when AI-generated video and articles and propaganda is widespread and indiscernible? These are super weapons in a war I am not sure we're prepared to fight. That,
like I said, they're nukes.
We are fighting.
They're nukes.
Our brains are,
and we're not treating them like that. We're treating them like firecrackers, but they're fucking nukes.
Someone maliciously using them to do some bad. They just erode us as we become increasingly reliant and susceptible to them. I really love cyberpunk. It is one of my favorite genres, and when people think of it, they usually think of these big worlds rotting as powerful corporations dominate the government, you know, neon lights and endless cityscapes. But one thing about these worlds we sometimes forget is how consumed people are by technology.
Yep.
These are worlds where technology
literally consumed as in part of their bodies.
In unhealthy ways, but we cannot seem to escape them because it's too hard, too expensive, or our brains are just hooked on them. These aren't just dystopias because democracy has fallen, they're dystopias because human connection itself has eroded.
Yeah.
AI is trained on dead loved ones, cyberpsychosis, addictive memory drugs where we can live out the past over and over, algorithmically generated media designed to keep people hooked and listening and watching for days at a time. These are worlds where human connection has decayed under the weight of technology we are not fully equipped to deal with. These are worlds which are full of remarkable stuff with genuine applications, but these people have been eroded by it. These societies are even more atomized and lonely than our own. Part of that is that artificiality is a big theme in these stories. Artificiality of human connection and artificiality of the stuff we engage with, and the consequence of that. But I also feel like these are societies, these are worlds where if someone was really on this AI bandwagon, they would look at it and they would go, well, this is just a world with infinite freedom, you know, to consume what you want.
That's the problem is there are people that are like that.
Technology is perfectly designed to hack the human brain, our attention span, our dopamine cycles, and I feel like we do not know what that is necessarily going to do to us. I cannot help but see the problems of these cyberpunk worlds and people who become overly dependent on AI girlfriends and boyfriends, or who are completely sold the reality of LLM propaganda, or who cede the artistic landscape more and more to AI. I really like Justin Bateman's description. One of the ways it's going to destroy humans, long before there's a nuclear disaster, is going to be the emotional hollowing out of people.
Yeah.
But the emotional hollowing out of people is very hard to define. It is very subjective. Everyone's going to be divided on what that looks like and how bad that is. And so in that, it becomes very difficult to do something about it. That is partly why these problems are so hard to address on any societal, cultural, and legal level, you know?
I've been living in Europe and the United States for the last 2 years, and in that time, I've had the privilege of meeting so many of you in the community. Human connection has meant so much to me. Humanity is not just something we're born with. It's something we can lose. When we fall in love with people who never existed, when we look up to only the echo of real people, when we only cry from art created by nobody, when we get our podcasts from empty shells who will never remember us, when we hollow ourselves out with cheap hits of dopamine and oxytocin.
Some of these problems can be solved, some of them may never be solved. Some may just be the tax we pay on technological progress. That's how a lot of people will see it.
I agree.
Some can be fixed with regulation.
It's how high that tax goes, though.
You know, people who are
and we're aiming for 100%, and it's not good.
And can sort of see through it in some ways where people who weren't can't. If you've seen how your parents are on Facebook, if this dystopian vision never comes to pass, then I will be very happy. I'll be happy to say that. But if I'm right, this is something that we need to reckon with. And
Yep.
we will need to develop like AI media hygiene as much as we have social media hygiene, more of it, if anything. All I can do is keep putting my money where my mouth is in human art and human creation. I work with an artist, her name is Maria, who develops the speed paints, which you would have seen throughout this video and in other videos which I've made. She is fantastic. She also does the thumbnails.
See, and that's my thing is,
Her.
I'm not good necessarily at that kind of art. I don't have the resources in order to get it. So using AI is a tool that I wouldn't have access to in other ways, right? It's like, without it, I would be basically handicapped in my creative outlooks. But with it, I can expand my creative outlooks, and that's because I'm using it as a tool to expand my arsenal, not as a crutch in order to limp around and, like, not do the creative process.
Work. I love working with her. I love working with artists. It's one of my favorite parts of my job. And I love that I get to elevate other authors and their stories and what they've created in my videos and my work. And all of that kind of love that I have is where Labyrinth began. Labyrinth is a collection of stories bringing together some of the biggest names in epic fantasy like ML Wong, Ryan Cahill, even Christopher Paolini. We've got Nebula Award-winning author Ai Jiang, whose work is incredible and amazing, and you deserve to read it. So many writers who you either know or should know. There are lots of stories about fantastical creatures. There's a direwolf, a dragon, an angel, a giant magical jellyfish spreading aurora throughout the sky.
That's my epic fantasy story based in a world where art is magic and magic comes from these gargantuan creatures.
But there are lots of other stories on other stuff too, you know, stories of fantasy and adventure and sci-fi and space. It's great. But hitting our stretch goals would not only mean that we get to do another volume, because we're calling this Labyrinth Volume 0 and we want to do Volume 1, etc. But it would mean that in the future volumes, while at the start it would probably be by invitation only, in the future we would want to be able to take submissions from you guys.
And actually, it's kind of funny because, like, I know for a fact that this is not AI generated, right? But you look at that and you have no background to it, you could definitely think that was AI generated. So it's like you get to this point where it's like creativity is being stifled in the fact of people are like, oh, I don't want to do this type of style because this makes it look like it's AI generated, which I think is a huge fucking problem, right? You need to be able to go with whatever style and look you want and not be accused of having it be AI.
etc. But it would mean that in the future volumes, while at the start it would probably be by invitation only, in the future we would want to be able to take submissions from you guys, from other people who can get published with us, paid at professional rates, you know, hopefully nominated for awards.
Simply put, I want to publish you, hopefully. I want HFM to be a place we don't just come to learn, but to create.
We'll see how that goes, but that is the vision, and we can make that happen with you. And we also signed on some amazing artists to illustrate pieces for the book, and part of what they were doing is we wanted them to provide the breakdown of their artistic process to allow us an insight into it, to give sort of a behind-the-scenes look at the art itself and why they made the creative decisions that they did, sort of in line with the theme of everything I've been talking about in this video.
Thanks to over 3,000 backers, which is just insane. All of you, way more than I imagined. We've hit stretch goal after stretch goal. We're adding even more art, like my favorite artist of all time, Aria Fawn, who has this ethereal, otherworldly creature art style, so this book is going to be even more beautiful. Not to mention, we're adding even more stories and soon a custom bookmark, hopefully. I am overwhelmed by the number of people who have gotten behind Labyrinth so far, completely over the moon, so really just thank you. We can't guarantee another volume just yet, but every backer gives it a better chance. We're in the last 72 hours of the campaign. Time is running out, and if you're late to this video, probably even less time. I know we can do this, but either way, it's been a massive success already and just something incredibly meaningful for me and the community, the channel.
I'm so proud of how much money we've raised so far. I think it's awesome. I cannot wait to kind of keep making this stuff. You know, this is what I've always really loved. And Wraithmarked, by the way, who are creating and putting this book together, they are known for creating gorgeous books, absolutely stunning books, on the exterior and on the interior. So Labyrinth would be one of the most beautiful books you have on your shelf. So if you love beautiful books like me, then Labyrinth will be a great addition for you. And to give you a taste of the vibes of Labyrinth, I'm just going to give you the trailer. Here we go.
There is always more magic in the world for those willing to open their eyes. Stories of magic, the stars, and fantastical creatures, with authors you know and love, and so many more. All in one book. This is Labyrinth, Volume 0. Join the Kickstarter now.
If I had money, I'd throw money at you. But I don't have money, so I can't throw money at you. I'll throw my supports, though. This is the kind of shit I want to make, right? Like short story compilation books. I want to bring back fucking short stories, because it's like, why aren't short stories popular in a world with extremely low...
If that is your vibe, go pick up Labyrinth now. It's only available at this price right now.
Attention spans. No one wants to read an 800-page book, but hey, they'll read a 3-page book.
Kickstarter. Get it before it's gone. And I'll see you in the future.
Okay, that's the end of it. And everything else is just the other stuff. But yeah, that's another Hello Future Me video. Fucking... I pretty much absolutely agree with everything that he's saying. Just I didn't like the tone, kind of, in the way that he was saying about, you know, only being an idea person. But, you know, it is what it is, right? Because I still think just being an idea person, if that's all you're good at, and you've never really had any other talent, I still think that's viable as creativity in any way, shape, or form, right? So, but I do agree that the end game of AI will remove all human interaction, because it will be so far beyond any ability of humans to think and create and conceptualize things that anything made by a human will literally not get any views, because it'll be shit compared to everything else. So it'll just be a matter of being slowly weeded out through improvement until human creativity can no longer compete. Which is really unfortunate, but that is the ultimate end game. Which is why, in a creative space, I think the only place that should have limitations on AI is the creative space. And those limitations should simply be, what percentage are you using of AI? And then just categorize that in a way. And then you can filter that based upon how much AI, you know, I only want products that have up to 20% AI. Like that would be my ultimate, if the world I could live in would have that, where you can still have AI and you can have up to 100%, but you could have that filter of knowing, okay, I don't want to see anything that's more than 20% AI, right? Or you could say, I don't want to see anything that isn't AI. And then you would create an ecosystem on top of that and incentive for people to create stuff genuinely, right? But then again, that also has the monetary value that comes into losing the authenticity of it. So I think the biggest problem that is not addressed, that needs to be addressed, is the idea of monetization in creativity. That is the ultimate killer of creativity, is the ultimate goal of monetization. And I never felt it before on the stream, because I can do whatever the fuck I want. But having the YouTube channel for Blue Horror Stories and being like, well, I kind of have to write a story like this, in this genre, in this niche every week, and make a video about it in order to, like, maintain the ability or illusion of ability for my channel to possibly pop off in any way. And it's like, literally, the more I do it, the more I feel I'm getting pulled in that direction. And I don't like it. So I need to, like, reestablish my perspective towards it. And like I said, it needs to be like, I'm not, like, this is how this started, was as a writing exercise, right? I'm saying I need to get better at writing, so limitations are key. So let's increase our creativity by adding limitations to our writing. And then we kind of forgot that that's what we did, and our perspective shifted more towards us being inside of a cage. And it's like that meme of the cat who's like freaking out, trying to get out of the cage, and it's literally like 2 inches beside it is the open door. And it's like, I feel like that, where I'm like trying to claw my way out of this cage, but the fucking door is open and I'm not actually in a cage. And I just need to reorient myself to being like, okay, I am doing this for a reason. And I think this is actually improving, like, significantly, like a multiplier, my skill in just writing by using, and my creativity by saying I'm only allowed to use these certain ideas within this box. And I think the turning biotech from human biology to plants and moving into how can we bioengineer like mechanical trees, right? And I think that entire concept exploded out of that. And I never would have gone anything for like I've gone into sentience with like trees and stuff, but I've never gone with like technology. Technology is like morphing of biology and technology has always been on a fauna level, never on a flora level. So now thinking about it on a flora level takes that concept and just completely rewrites its entire concept. And without the limitations I put on myself for my creativity, I never would have found that connection. So having those limitations and knowing what those are and putting that into your perspective for your creative means, I think is extremely important. And AI will eventually remove that. But in the meantime, we should be able to recognize that and say, how can we deal with this in the meantime? So I do agree that nobody actually talks about this, and this is a very important thing to bring up, that it is not necessarily the using AI in creativity, but it is diminishing because the end goal is diminishing human creativity. Whether it's doing that now or not is irrelevant. It is the fact that eventually AI will be good enough that humans will be obsolete, which is kind of a sad thought. And then you'll have to the point of we'll have like brain implants to improve our cognitive function through AI, and then that will just be a continuous loop of improvement over time. But the actual basis of human creativity, I think, will be lost in and of everything. But yeah, that's basically my notes on it. But anyways, we gotta head out here. So thanks for stopping by. Thanks for coming out. You guys are fucking awesome. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So thanks for sticking around. And remember, never stop being you. Never stop creating. And never stop trying to find your voice and your style. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright. Who we rating today? Let's go. We got a new one. We got us a new one. Here we go. Get your user ready. Let's go. Alright, grab some food and shit. But yeah, have fun. Fuck you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.